All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 13th, 2026, and we have a CPI on the way. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to be a crazy CPI. There is a chance. I mean, we woke up to a lot of drama yesterday, so we'll see how it plays out, but I just wanted to wake up early here and see where it leads us. But we got a couple of things on the schedule today. Not too crazy. I organized some of it, so I'm going to be getting a little bit more work done after we get to it, but the data is going to be coming out in 7 minutes. We are looking for a core CPI year over year around about 2.6, 2.7, and the overall just normal CPI around the same. So the month over month, that's where it's a little bit weirder. Given some of the past data results, it's going to be a little bit different than some of the other ones, but we are slowly getting back to normal with the data. Now, given some of the other data sets, given the Powell investigation, and we even got some more updates on that, it's not as if all of this stuff is changing the rate cut odds too much. I don't know if you are aware, but I think as of now, for the whole entire year, we are pricing in 2 rate cuts, the amount that we did right before the 2024 election. So it should be a good day. I mean, it could get a little bit boring. Essentially, I am expecting a pretty mid-print. And then after that, it's really going to revolve around all the other factors, the events.
I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is
whether or not we get to hear from the White House, we do have a couple of meetings coming in tomorrow with Microsoft and a few others. And I do have a little bit of a document already that I made here. And we got the calendar and all of that. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're living good, baby. Bright and early. You know that? It's very, very bright and early. How you doing, man? Good morning. I think we'll get a real good morning in a little later, man. I don't want to get too hyped. You know what I'm saying? If I start yelling and all of that, baby. So we'll see how. But are you having a good morning? Are you ready? Are you guys usually up by this time? Or is this, I think we're like, what? We're an hour before? Yeah, this is an hour before the normal bell. I guess we would have just been starting in 30 minutes. I don't know. If you, how long does it take for you to poop in the morning? You got, because you know, I don't know. Some people don't though. Maybe that's up to you, man. No, there is something with silver and gold. So I got a little bit of a document, I guess. Maybe we could go over it. Because we got about 5 minutes. Again, 2.6, 2.7. That's what you're looking for. But here it is. I don't think anything's going to happen. So you're seeing, I wrote this before anything. It's in 0.1, 0.2. I don't think anything of that nature is going to be too crazy, but I did want to just wake up early here. You got the earnings, JP Morgan, Delta, that already came out. We're going to go over all of that news as well. Oh, I need to set up the plays. I have a couple of plays already, but I want to see what the algo brings up this morning. Surprise tariffs, yesterday, what we got with Iran and a couple of other things, and then that drama, but Jeanine Pirro. So this is the scapegoat of all of the Powell stuff. I'll find you her tweet. Pretty much, everyone's saying she acted rogue. So this was the lady. Where is it? Where is Jeanine? Jeanine. How are you, Jeanine? Jeanine. So, yeah, this is what she said. She said the United States attorney contacted the Federal Reserve on multiple occasions to discuss cost overruns and the chairman's testimony, but was ignored, necessitating the use of legal process, which is not a threat. The word indictment has come out of Powell's mouth, no one else. None of this would have happened if they have just responded for our outreach. The office makes decisions based on the merits, nothing more, nothing less. We agree with the chairman of the Federal Reserve that no one is above the law. That is why we expect his full cooperation. So literally, homegirl was just, they're trying to say that she even went around like the chain of command, and they're really trying to, make it seem as if Trump has nothing to do with it. I mean, we saw Biden go after Donald Trump with the DOJ, and they acted like they had nothing to do with it. But yeah, this one was a little different. She's pretty much saying she's trying to lighten it up, or she's just saying he hasn't listened to us. He has not reached out for comment, hence why they are doing that. So the market starts to believe that. I mean, some people were already worried with the situation in bonds, but you saw yesterday's reaction. However, if that kind of is the going narrative, then you'll slowly start to see this die out a little bit. And that's the thing. China had some of the makings of the Sell America trade yesterday, but other than that, Europe, it's not like Europe has been doing too hot. So we'll see where that all leads us here. But where are we right now? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What time is it? So, yeah, you got about a minute and 30 until you get the data. I think, again, some people, I think the highest estimate today is 2.9 as far as like multiple estimates. You got some people at 3.1. I will tell you this, if it comes in below 2.6, people will get excited because people do not think it will come below 2.6. The last couple of CPIs have chilled out a little bit, but I don't think people are expecting a low print. Usually January GDP and a couple of other things are hot in the beginning of the year, so it's not as, I mean, a low print would be very nice. That could change the rate cut odds, but like I told you guys in the beginning there, I mean, we are pricing in so little that there's not really much. But other than that, shelter, autos, healthcare, some of the main factors, and then tariffs. I don't know how that is going to be reflected in there. Those are going to be the main factors of all of it. So I think some people are saying if you do get something that came in below that 0.3 or 0.2, you can move as much as like 1.2, 1.5. So otherwise, I think most estimates are in between like a quarter point and 3/4 of a point in terms of how the market will react. So we'll see where it comes out here. Again, literally 15 seconds. And then we will chill and get ready for the morning. So get ready. It'll show up on the wire there for you guys on the locked in. Again, 2627. That's all I ever wanted. Long term. Oh, okay, I load it. How come it's not red? Oh, I just heard it. So that's out. 0.3. So on the month over month, that means it came in at about 2627. Oh my God, did I just say 67? Don't let your kids hear this. Yeah, 2.6. So not too bad. Let me see reaction wise. Food and energy 0.2. Energy rose up, or 0.3. Food was up by 0.7. But yeah, so very in line. Could be a little bit boring, but look, you're already taking it pretty good. I mean, you're down a little bit there, but I would expect we're going to be in the like 0.5 to or 0.2 to 0.7 range today, just from this data. Again, if anything starts to take off from there, we'll get a little bit more, and then you're going to have the rest of the day as well. So not bad, Habibi. Yeah, the month over month was a little bit hotter, but then that's on the goods, and then core actually came in pretty good. Yeah, so core was a little bit lower, or on the lower, it's all in line, and then headline was a little bit hotter. But yeah, you're at 2627. I mean, it could have been worse, but I mean, here's how the chart looks to give you an idea. So, I mean, it could be a lot. It's actually very, very odd. I didn't see silver, so I already have that one on the document, but essentially there's a bunch of price target upgrades. So, like, not like on the, again, this is like the industrial metal analysts. They were all coming in that it's they're pretty much saying silver and gold. They gave some short-term targets there. But, yeah, this does help. I mean, lower inflation, this should help some of the rate cut odds. Again, this isn't going to be the set-all, be-all, but definitely better than expected. And then core isn't a problem. I haven't picked it apart yet through I don't think I'm going to. Like I'm saying, I don't think it'll be that crazy. So, yeah, actually, wait a minute. If the core was lower, you might be able to go up 1% today. So there's some people who had an estimate of that. The probability coming into this was like 2% that the core would be below 0.3. So not bad, Habibi. Not bad, Habibi. Wow. All I ever wanted. Long term. Yeah, core at 0.2 was kind of a surprise. So, again, that headline came in line, but then, yeah, market should like this. So, yalla. Well, remember, I mean, you've been just kind of like last year when everybody gets pretty bearish and they're assuming it's going to bounce back. Remember, it's the Federal Reserve Chair is introduced a lot of doubt in terms of cutting rates, and everybody's saying everything from tariffs all the way down to the economy and you name it, but even economic activity and AI. So none of that is really reflected. Two back-to-back prints. I mean, just like that chart I showed you guys, to put it, you're at 2.6% year over year. So, but the month over month, that's what I was telling you was going to be the weird part, and that was it. But I mean, to give you an idea, the good times in May 25, March to May, that was 2.8. This was your tariff jump. So remember, we started off a little bit of the fear, 3.3. Started to come down, it based out, and every time it bases out, everybody thinks it's going to rocket back up. Why? Because remember, that's what would happen back in the day. You would kind of base out a little bit, and then it would chill out from a run, and then it would rip, and then it would chill out, and then it would rip, and then we started to have the decline. But this time, the decline came with more of the market, and actually a lot of things slowing down, and then you had to go through this kind of slower high. So 2.6 is going back to you're lower than April 2021. Now the next stop is 1.6. I think a slight most hated rally will continue. Could change up, and again, remember some of these data sets lately, it's not as if trading CPIs and non-farms, they haven't really been the breadwinner of all of this stuff. So we'll see where it takes us, We'll see where it takes us. But other than that, let's get ready for the rest of the morning. I'm going to pull up a couple of other things, and then we will begin here in a little bit. But, yeah, you could expect anything. I'd adjust it 0.5 to 1%. But then, again, 1% is massive, and then you already started lower. So you got to account some of that. And then gold and silver. Oh, my goodness. I know exactly. You remember when the CPI days would be like 3%? So it is a lot different. All right.
Matt McKee, just before you go, what do you make of the argument we hear on Wall Street? I want to talk about Shelter specifically, that because of the way they measure inflation, they're missing the story, that ultimately there's a strong tailwind, disinflationary tailwind for the year ahead on Shelter.
Well, there was a feeling that we were going to see more of that in these numbers because of the way they calculate things. We do know it's distorted. It didn't really show up this month, and it's not clear that the tailwind is going to continue because we still don't know what people are going to respond to in terms of mortgage rates, and we're still not seeing a lot of houses built. We get new home sales and new home construction coming up at 10 o'clock, and we'll see if there's any progress made there. It's an October number, but it's the latest that we're going to have.
Matt McKee, appreciate the update. Thank you, sir. Tiffany Welding of PIMCO joins us now for more. Tiffany, welcome to the programme. We'd love your view on, one, the data we just got, but two, the outlook for inflation. Is there a better story to tell?
Yeah, well, it sounds like it was a very mixed bag, as Mike McKee just described. It seems like the softer than expected numbers came really from the good side, and even on the good side, it was very much a mixed picture. So you have tariff-related pass-through that's happening at a very uneven pace depending on industry. So you had electronic products, that appeared prices were down quite a bit, but other things like apparel were up. So it's it looks like a pretty confusing number, quite frankly. And on top of that, you did have government-related distortions because of the shutdown. So I think the Fed will have to parse through this. The way that we read the tea leaves more recently is that after 75 basis points of cuts that they've implemented in the second half of 2025, they're much closer to neutral. They're on the higher end of their own range, estimated range for neutral. And as a result of that, with the labor market stable, they're pretty comfortable pausing here to just get more information and see what happens.
It was quite a confusing number, is an evergreen statement for the past 12 months and probably the next 12 months of data that we're about to get, Tiffany. I just wonder, when do you think that we will get a number that is not confusing, that gives us a little bit more information, given the fact that this is a muddied economy with slow hires, slow fire, the idea that maybe you're getting disinflation, you're not getting a jobs recovery, but at the same time you're getting growth?
Yeah. So I do think that, we've heard from various, companies and other industry sources that the holiday shopping season was going to be a key season where they were trying to hold prices, maybe even, elevate discounts in order to gain market share. And then more potential tariff pass-through would be likely in the first part of next year. We also had an inventory story. You had a bunch of stocking ahead of tariffs. Companies were holding holding higher inventories. And some of that was probably getting them through the holiday season. So I think it's really going to be a little bit of a test, early next year, to see how companies react to this new regime. The other part of this, of course, is that we have a Supreme Court decision coming out that will have implications for tariffs. The administration has talked about rebuilding the current regime, even if the Supreme Court strikes down, the tariffs on legal issues. So that adds a wrinkle to this. And then the final thing that, will have material implications is that we do have offsetting fiscal stimulus that's coming. This will be one of the biggest refund tax seasons in recent memory. So the economy overall doing strong. There are winners and losers under the surface, and on top of that, we are getting some fiscal stimulus. So we'll have to see how inflation evolves amid all of those factors, we think, early next year.
Which sector of the economy?
Early this year, excuse me.
Which sector of the economy, Tiffany, do you think is going to drive inflation, given the fact that people don't think it's going to come from housing? And so far, it hasn't really come from manufacturing.
Yeah, well, so I think that the labor market as well is not really a place that you're seeing inflationary pressures. It's really the wealth effect right now that appears to be driving elevated domestic demand, more resilient consumption than I think anyone was expecting. We're tracking consumption growth in the second half of the year, 2.5%, and that's at a time when you have real labor income growth at 1%. So you're clearly getting a wealth effect here that's keeping demand elevated. So that appears to be the source of demand and some potential inflationary pressures. And just how that comes out in the data. Again, it's a winners and losers economy, and that should be reflected in the CPI as well. The housing side has been a relative loser here. It does look like to us that rents will moderate, quite dramatically. We think they could be below a pre-pandemic trend. But on the other side of that, you are still getting some of this tariff-related pass-through that's keeping core goods elevated. That should peak in the first part of this year and moderate thereafter. But in the meantime, we are still getting it.
Given this latest data, do you think it opens the door for the Fed, maybe not to cut, but to be dovish?
I think that the Fed will. I think they certainly will. They will. They will say that inflation, has looked better than expected, and I think that's absolutely right. So with that, I think there's certainly reason for them to have an outlook of continued interest rate cuts towards their estimates of neutral. So I think the conversation, from Federal Reserve officials is throughout this year is really going to shift from, where do we think neutral interest rate policy really is at this point. I think after the tariff-related price adjustments happen, underlying inflation, does look pretty good here. And so when you have inflation that's getting close to target, and a labor market that's stable, you really need to think about where is neutral policy.
Man,
so
it
that's
took her
the
10 minutes to say that.
They'll be having in 2026.
Tiffany, thank you. Always appreciate hearing from you.
All right.
Tiffany Welding there of PIMCO on the
I'm
latest
still setting some
inflation
stuff up. I
data.
need to go
That
pee,
small
bro.
downside surprise on core
Good
CPI.
morning.
Getting our attention, moving markets as well.
Getting our attention.
Albeit some small moves. Yields were higher by about a basis point on a 10-year, now slightly lower. We're seeing that across the curve. Equities a little bit positive as well on the S&P 500 off the back of that economic data. Just to stay on top of the economy, and for that matter on this inflation data as well. Later on this afternoon, you'll hear from the President of the United States continuing his push for an affordability push down in Washington, D.C. He's going to deliver a speech at the Detroit Economic Club later on this afternoon. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has a preview for us. Hey, Tyler.
Gold and silver is the only thing.
Yeah, hey, John. Well, on the heels of the CPI report, I'd expect President Trump to refocus the narrative on the economy in a critical battleground state, not just with his speech to the Economic Club in Detroit, but he's also set to tour a Ford Motors factory plant where they make F-150s in a bid to tout his domestic manufacturing push and his more protectionist policies like tariffs in a place that's seeing a mixed economic situation. Michigan is one of the states with one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, while also witnessing a shrinking labor force, according to data. So this is a president that's probably going to put more of a focus on his more populist messaging and that slew of policies that we've seen in recent days. Those proposals including a cap on credit card interest rates, banning institutional investors from buying single-family family homes. And then his post yesterday saying he's working to ensure big tech companies don't drive up electricity costs for consumers amid the AI boom. This is President Trump's third domestic visit to a battleground since early December, as aides try to get him to refocus on the domestic after what was a week where we saw geopolitics headlines really dominate. Now, a person familiar with the White House's thinking says that there has been frustration within the administration that they weren't sensitive early on to the cost of living issues amid what has been sagging polling for the president on the economy. John, in a sign that there has been this refocusing, last night, Senator Elizabeth Warren told us on Balance of Power that President Trump called her directly to talk about affordability, and that was the only issue that they discussed.
Mayor Mamdani in the Oval was a clue. It was a clue. Tyler Kendall down in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Some pushback against some of these proposals already this morning. This came from the CFO over at JP Morgan, Jeremy Barnum. If it were to happen, I'm talking about a cap on interest rate cards to credit cards. It would be very bad for consumers, very bad for the economy. Mike Apert of Morgan Stanley and the team, they published on this as well. We expect the negative effects of less access to credit from a 10% cap could outweigh benefits from lower monthly payments, resulting in a hit to consumer spending. Low credit score consumers would be most affected.
I asked my teenager last night, what would happen if you couldn't charge as much to lend to somebody who couldn't pay you back? He said, I wouldn't lend to them. Guess what? That's exactly what it is. What you see from Jeremy Barnum, the CFO of JP Morgan, also coming out and saying that everything is on the table, pushing back against what he called weakly supported directives to radically change our business. So definitely the knives are out if this proposal starts getting legs.
Last year, when Bernie Sanders and Josh Hawley introduced this, the Wall Street Journal editorial board came out a piece, and they said all of you that were against Kamala Harris when she wanted to put price caps when it comes to groceries.
Yep.
Econ 101, you put a cap on something, you get less of it. Something else. Roger Marshall, the senator, because President Trump last night said you should look at his bill, Credit Card Competition Act, that's been circulating.
Yeah, I would rather have less interest in borrowing than food, bitch. What the?
So I think
man, it's been a while since we've ran this, bro.
President wants.
I love it, man. You guys got to be careful.
You
know, I had my mind blown yesterday a couple of times.
People are struggling.
Because some of the young guys, they hear this and they're like, yeah.
And you see that all the time. And
so
I think a lot of people would suggest this is
I'm almost done.
I would like to see some good
ideas.
ideas.
I got a couple more.
I mean,
we got 15 minutes.
I'm just saying in general.
Maybe we should. I should put it into
considering this is such a big issue with the K-shaped economy. I will say one thing that JP Morgan said was that they're not seeing deterioration anywhere across the income spectrums. That said, there clearly is an issue that does need to be addressed with good ideas. So let's hear them.
JP Morgan did not back away from this, did they?
No.
And I wonder if Bank of America does tomorrow, Citi, Wells Fargo, or is there something special about the C-suite of JP Morgan that just leads them to engage in these kind of conversations?
I think the answer is yes and yes. I think that they have to address it given the fact that Citigroup is actually much more leveraged to some of these credit card fees than even JP Morgan. But yes, JP Morgan has a nice position being able to speak with remarkable directives.
All they really need to do is say the president is talking about an aim. We'd love to discuss this with him, but it's not law. And until it is law, we are not changing anything. Next question.
You can do marketing at JP Morgan now. You know, I'll be over at Delta sorting the lounges out.
I'll be sitting here crying. Where are they?
You're going to Delta tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Delta Airlines interview at Bastian and Lisa tomorrow morning, 8:15 Eastern Time. Don't miss that. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you. Recap.
I'm surprised they're going to go over it. Yeah, core came in good, but I'm surprised. You're going to hear this coming into the next one, but as of February 11th, 2026, they're going to change a couple of things. This was in the report. So care of invalids and elderlies at homes will be changed to home health care. Technical and business school tuition and fees will be changed to technical vocational, and then housing at school and executive excluding board will be changed to lodging while at school. So remember, usually at the beginning, that's not actually, honestly, it's not that bad. I mean, because usually they make a lot of changes there at the beginning of the year. But yeah, I'm gonna have Josh AI, give him a second, and then he'll go over the full BLS report. He's gonna sound dumb as hell. I don't know. I just pasted it in there, so we'll see what he comes up with. But I got a little document. We got the plays ready to go. That's it. I hope you got a prayer in. I got a prayer in earlier. I kind of want to pray again. You know, it's still bright and early, man. And then again, it's not too bad, but you already kind of brushed off a decent amount of that gain. So we're still near all-time highs. We'll see. Oh, I should have had this one up. Again, JP Morgan, they did good, but they missed on a couple of areas. And then, I mean, kind of like the CPI report, everybody's kind of focusing on the little sliver that's missing. But I wouldn't necessarily say bad vibes, especially considering what we could have got yesterday with all of that drama. They said, you remember when Kamala wanted to limit price on food? It's much like limiting credit card interest. Good morning. Good morning. You guys want to hear the Germans? I don't know if you guys could handle the Germans. You know, the Germans. They're actually getting comments. They're talking about Iran. This is
und was nötig ist. Angesichts der Größe der Insel Grönland und der
He's speaking English. It's just really early.
Sehr mageren
No, I'm fucking with you. This ain't English.
55.000 Einwohner, davon alleine 25 oder 30.000 genug.
You know that? Would you be tripping? That's what happened when my girlfriend started talking in German. I'm like, what the fuck is it? Am I going crazy?
Allein mit Truppenpräsenz wird man dort keinen umfassenden Schutz erreichen. Es geht um Überwachung, es geht um Patrouille, es geht um Sehen, was passiert unter Wasser, über Wasser und in der Luft. Es geht um, wie gesagt, Aufklärung und es geht um regelmäßiges Üben vor Ort, um zu zeigen, dass wir da sind. Deswegen ist es eben kein vor allem oder ausschließlich amerikanisches Interesse, dass Grönland und die Arktis sicher bleiben, sondern ein Interesse der NATO insgesamt und übrigens auch eines Europas insgesamt, weil ich habe das vorhin beschrieben.
I've been learning. I've been working on my German. I've been learning. I've been working on my German. I've been working on my German.
Food. The index for food rose 0.7% in December, as did the index for food at home. 5 of the 6 major grocery store food group indexes increased in December. The index for other food at home rose 1.6% over the month. The cereals and bakery products index increased 0.6% in December. The index for fruits and vegetables increased 0.5%, and the index for non-alcoholic beverages increased 0.4%. The dairy and related products index rose 0.9% in December. In contrast, the index for meats, poultry, fish, and eggs decreased 0.2% in December, as the index for eggs fell 8.2%. The food away from home index also rose 0.7% in December. The index for full service meals rose 0.8% over the month, and the index for limited service meals increased 0.6%. The index for food at home rose 2.4% over the 12 months ending in December. The meats, poultry, fish, and eggs index rose 3.9% over the last 12 months. The index for other food at home increased 2.7% over the same period, and the index for non-alcoholic beverages rose 5.1%. The cereals and bakery products index increased 1.5% over the 12 months ending in December. The index for fruits and vegetables rose 0.5% over the year. In contrast, the dairy and related products index decreased 0.9% over the same period. The food away from home index rose 4.1% over the last year. The index for full service meals rose 4.9%, and the index for limited service meals rose 3.3% over the same period. Energy. The index for energy increased 0.3% in December. The natural gas index increased 4.4% over the same period. The index for gasoline decreased 0.5% over the month. Before seasonal adjustment, gasoline prices decreased 5.3% in December. The electricity index declined 0.1% in December. The index for energy increased 2.3% over the past 12 months. The electricity index increased 6.7% over the last 12 months, and the natural gas index rose 10.8%. In contrast, the index for gasoline fell 3.4% over this 12-month span. All items less food and energy. The index for all items less food and energy rose 0.2% in December. The shelter index increased 0.4% over the month. The index for owner's equivalent rent rose 0.3% in December, as did the index for rent. The lodging away from home index rose 2.9% over the month. The index for recreation increased 1.2% over the month, the largest one-month increase ever reported for that index, which was first published in 1993. The airline fares index rose 5.2% in December, and the apparel index rose 0.6%. The index for personal care rose 0.4% over the month, and the index for education increased 0.2%. The medical care index increased 0.4% in December. The index for hospital services increased 1.0% over the month, while the index for physician services rose 0.3%. The prescription drugs index increased 0.1% in December. The communication index declined 1.9% in December, and the used cars and trucks index fell 1.1%. The index for household furnishings and operations decreased 0.5% over the month, while the index for new vehicles was unchanged in December. The index for all items less food and energy rose 2.6% over the past 12 months. The shelter index increased 3.2% over the last year. Other indexes with notable increases over the last year include medical care plus 3.2%, household furnishings and operations plus 4.0%, recreation plus 3.0%, and personal care plus 3.7%. Not seasonally adjusted CPI measures. The Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, CPIU, increased 2.7% over the last 12 months to an index level of 324.054, 1982 to 84 equals 100. For the month, the index was unchanged prior to seasonal adjustment. The Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, CPIW, increased 2.6% over the last 12 months to an index level of 317.014, 1982 to 84 equals 100. For the month, the index decreased 0.1% prior to seasonal adjustment. The Chain Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, CCPIU, increased 2.5% over the last 12 months. For the month, the index decreased 0.1% on a not seasonally adjusted basis. Please note that the indexes for the past 10 to 12 months are subject to revision.
Thank you. Thank you. Boring. And I don't mean the data as much as like, dude, this is not, I don't know, it's just no long. I mean, imagine last year, at the beginning of last year, where we thought, you know, inflation was going to rock. I mean, some people thought this, but, you know, you hear some of the stories. I mean, again, we did live in a time where these CPI reports were like doubling and tripling, and we're at crazy, crazy amounts. But unfortunately, I mean, this is all very, it's all been the same. The part that messes with me is that ever since the delay on the whole like government shutdown, it's kind of been coming in slow and a little different. So that's the only part. But for the most part, I mean, I think the market's chilled out. The analyst conclusion of all of this is that they're saying it does provide relief, that inflation's not reaccelerating, but you already heard them kind of all water it down and get to the conclusion that they're not thinking this is going to change policy. There is some noise in some areas. Everybody, again, from real estate and lodging and healthcare, there's certain factors that are there. And too, oil is down. So, I mean, I'm sure people are going to start, you know, every time, I think Donald Trump talks about it, you could get something good, but, you know, market has the Wall Street has a tendency to start looking, well, what if that good thing goes bad? Because oil, I mean, if this is all, it's good that core is down and it's not like you're getting crazy goods inflation. I mean, let me ask you guys this. How many times have you heard this idea where everybody says the economy is going to run hot this year, and then there's going to be too many dollars chasing too few goods? Oh, hold on. Have you heard that idea? I didn't get to adjust this, did I? There you go. Have you heard that? It's like, it's hard to get that vibe here. And it's actually kind of interesting because it's not like goods and services are actually even going that crazy. And then as long as oil's down, I mean, it's going to keep putting this in there. So other than that, I think the economy, or at least the day today, is going to have some pretty good vibes. And then we'll see how people interpret it and go from there. And then, yeah, let me I might have to take. I drink a lot of water. I had a protein today too. You know that was a good morning. So yeah, we'll begin here in a couple of minutes. I hope you guys get your good mornings ready. I hope you're feeling blessed, baby. And let's get you some Uncle in the morning. I'm sorry for bombarding you with propaganda, but you know the data. It's been good to. I think as we get towards the year, I'm sure we're gonna get one big non-farms or CPI this year. But for now, all it is good, and people don't like that. You know, wait till there's a bad one. Motherfuckers will love it. It's that type of world, dog. It's that type of world. Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Oh, Chadadonia. Good morning. Oh, you got NVO news. FDA requests removal of suicidal behavior warning from GLP-1s. That's actually very bullish. I didn't even think they had that on the warning. So essentially, the FDA is requesting a more favorable label for some of these GLP-1s. That will benefit Eli Lilly, NVO, all of those GLP-1s. So, my goodness, we got a lot of news here today this morning. So, what's up, Chadadonia? How you feeling? How you feel? You got the data. It looked big at first. I think, again, we'll see here by the bell. We got about, 30 minutes? But good morning, baby. What up, Tim? What up, you Rai? YMB, Farmer Jim, Mr. Weber. Oh, we got legal in the house. Bright and early. Zeke is ready to go. Farmer Jim, the Schwaffe. EB, good day start. PNC, Tyrese, Akrom, Snail, GG, Mark. Good morning, baby. What up, Christopher? What up, Misa? What up, JJ? How you doing, one and only? The big dumb animal, EB, Mr. Edwards, Mijo, CG, the strong term, probably Reese, Lucky Soldier. Good morning, baby. What up, Neurosci? How you doing? Are you ready? Are you ready, Mark? Are you ready, GM? Good morning, Most Dope. What up, Built by Bailey's? Rivernator, DN, OJ. What up, baby? Tanae. How you doing? Johnny Bravo. Are y'all ready, man? I hope y'all feeling good, bro. So, if I do end up missing you, no worries. I think we got a little bit of the delay. You got to give me a delay, GG. What up, Candace? What up, Eanes? Good morning, baby. You better wake up. It's game time. So I do have a little bit for you. We're going to go through the document. We'll get this popping. What up, Battleborn? Good morning, Miguel. Good morning, Andrew. Y'all ready? Again, we got the data, so there's going to be a little bit of follow-through. CrowdStrike to buy Seraphic. That's coming up now. An Apple Creator Studio. That's not as important. So, Chad, get ready. 100-ounce silver futures to meet retail. They just raised margin requirement, Habibi. Why they do this? Why they do this one? So, Chad, let's have a good day. And good morning. So let me get you your boy, Josh AI, and then we will begin. You already got to hear him a little bit, so he already came out, baby, bright and early. Bright and early. So what up, baby?
Fed at Trump faces GOP pushback after Powell says DOJ grand jury probe pressures and intimidates the Fed. Axios, Bloomberg, Reuters. Janine Pirro not backing down from probe into Powell, but markets doubtful she will succeed in bringing him down. Bloomberg. DOJ probe could thwart White House attempts to exert control over Fed board, encourage officials to stay for longer. Bloomberg, FT. Global central bankers plan coordinated statement backing Fed Chair Powell and central bank independence. Reuters, Bloomberg. Trump to interview BlackRock's Rick Reeder on Thursday as he narrows on a nominee to replace Fed Chair Powell. Fox Business. NY Fed's Williams says dual mandate and better balance after rate cuts. Policy well positioned to stabilize job market. Bloomberg, NYT. Trade/tariffs. Trump threatens to impose 25% tariffs on countries doing business with Iran. Bloomberg. Move could derail U.S.-China deal. CNBC. U.S. nears deal with Taiwan to reduce tariff rate to 15% from 20%. Commit TSMC to expand U.S. investments. Bloomberg. G7 finance ministers discuss ways to address critical mineral supply chain vulnerabilities. Bloomberg. Corporate NVIDIA denies requiring upfront payments for H200 chips, refuting earlier China payment reports. Reuters. Apple picks Google's Gemini to run AI-powered Siri coming this year, seen as major win for Alphabet. Axios, Reuters. Trump says Microsoft will change practices so consumers don't face higher utility bills from AI data centers. CNBC. Google to begin developing and manufacturing high-end smartphones in Vietnam this year. Nikkei. Microsoft warns China is winning AI race outside West as DeepSeek adoption spreads across Africa. FT. Micron warns global memory shortage unlikely to ease before 2028. Digitimes. OpenAI acquires health tech startup Torch to consolidate patient health data. The Information. CNBC. Oklo and TerraPower will need to invest more than $14 billion in new reactors to support Meta's data centers. Bloomberg. U.S. banks and financial firms warn Trump's proposed 10% credit card rate cap could cut access to credit for millions. Reuters. Wall Street homebuyers propose solutions to avoid being shut out amid Trump's housing market threats. Bloomberg. Cities set to reduce headcount by 1,000 this week as part of cost-cutting push. Bloomberg. BlackRock to cut hundreds of jobs across company, amounting to 1% of global workforce. Bloomberg. UBS CEO Sergio Ermotti to step down April 2027 after Credit Suisse integration. FT. AbbVie agrees to lower some drug prices and invest $100 billion in the U.S. for tariff exemption. Bloomberg. France denies receiving Eli Lilly reported $17.5 billion bid request for Abavax. Reuters. Novo Nordisk sees some 1.5 million U.S. users of compounded GLP-1s. Reuters. Oral GLP-1s to gain market share by 2030. Reuters. Merck seeks multi-tens of billions in acquisitions, targeting strategic growth opportunities. Bloomberg. Amgen said its Maritide drug sustains weight loss for 2 years, bolstering obesity treatment prospects. Bloomberg. Medline rallies as Wall Street strikes bullish tone on its business model and growth prospects. Bloomberg. U.S. judge grants Ørsted's motion for injunction allowing construction of Revolution Wind to resume. FT. Reuters. Airbus deliveries up 4% to 793 aircraft in 2025, exceeding revised target amid supply challenges. Reuters. SK Hynix to invest $12.9 billion in advanced chip packaging plant with completion targeted by end 2027. Reuters. U.S. businesses suffer anti-Indian backlash amid Trump's restrictive foreign labor visa overhaul. FT. Markets analysts at big bond funds warn Trump's assault on Fed is at odds of goal of pulling down interest rates. Bloomberg. Alphabet hit $4 trillion market valuation on Monday as bullish momentum grows around company's AI focus. Reuters. U.S. small-cap stocks notch longest outperformance versus S&P 500 since 2019. Bloomberg. Global investor activism accelerating to new highs, though faces high hurdle for returns. Nikkei. Japan's snap election speculation puts traction behind Takaichi trade. FT. Bloomberg. But fiscal cliff concerns loom. Reuters. Japan Finance Minister Katayama voices concern about one-sided yen depreciation, Bloomberg, Reuters. CME Group to set precious metals futures margins as a percentage of notional after-price surge, Bloomberg. Economy, U.S. consumer prices likely rose in December after being restrained by government shutdown distortions, Reuters. Data center boom sapping energy from America's largest power grid operator, raising prices for consumers, Link. China export growth likely slowed due to high base. Weak domestic demand dampens imports, Reuters. UK retail sales growth slowed for fourth straight month in December as consumers waited for sales, Bloomberg. Australia consumer confidence weakens further following RBA's hawkish hold in December, Reuters. New Zealand business rises to 12-year high amid rising economic optimism following aggressive RBNZ rate cuts, Reuters. India CPI rebounds due to food price volatility. Below target inflation seen keeping alive prospect of another rate cut, Bloomberg. Geopolitics, Iran says open to negotiations with U.S. over nuclear program as Trump weighs response, Reuters. FT link. Bipartisan group U.S. lawmakers to visit Denmark amid Trump's Greenland takeover threats, Reuters. Greenland bolsters NATO-managed defenses in response to renewed U.S. takeover threats, Bloomberg. Germany optimistic Europe can compromise with U.S. on Greenland amid tensions over Trump, Bloomberg. Japan PM Takaichi intends to announce snap election at start of regular diet session, Kyoto. Energy sources say Exxon remains interested in visiting Venezuela and may send an assessment team, Reuters. Oil traders buy protection as Iran protests raise supply disruption concerns, Bloomberg. 2 oil tankers attacked near Caspian Pipeline Consortium terminal, Bloomberg. 2 China-flagged supertankers reverse course from Venezuela, head back to Asia amid export uncertainty, Reuters. Washington, Trump has complained to aides about AG Pam Bondi, calling her weak and ineffective for not aggressively pursuing his agenda, Link.
Bro, I don't know what's wrong with him. There's something wrong with him today, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Just let him do his thing. But we got a little bit more. S&P futures, they are up by 0.2 Tuesday morning trading near pre-market highs after the softer December core CPI reading. Follow stocks finishing higher on Monday, reversing a softer start. Small caps outperformed again. Big tech, retail favorites, momentum winners, metals, memory, semi-caps, restaurants, staples, and multi, some of the better performers. Consumer finance, the notable lagger. Treasuries mostly firmer with the curve steepening. Yields down 2 basis points at the short end. Dollars up by 0.2. Gold is up by 0.1. Silver is up by 2.8. And Bitcoin is up by 0.6. WTI is up by 1.9 on Trump-Iran tariff threat. Fairly quiet as the market waits for the start of bank earnings and another noisy CPI print that may do little to shift the rate cut debate. Geopolitics and trade in focus as Trump said any country doing business with Iran would face a 25% tariff on trade. Move raised concerns about the stability and de-escalation of U.S.-China tensions. That was a key tail risk for risk sentiment in Q4. Maybe I should add to that because if you guys don't know, literally the biggest buyer of Iranian oil is China. Fed independence threat continues to grab a lot more attention in the press, but market seems more sanguine given combination of select Republican pushback and skepticism that Trump will ultimately want to go down that road. Trump affordability push, another complication, though also doubts about his ability to formally implement the bulk of the measures that he has proposed. Growth repricing still relative to the cyclical rotation, broadening out trade, still a big bullish talking point when it comes to early 26 narrative. Headline December CPI is up by 0.3 month over month in line with consensus. Core is up by 0.2, softer than the 0.3 forecast. Shelter index, airfare, healthcare prices higher while used cars were lower. Report largely in line with previews, expecting some broad increase following distortions related to the government shutdown. NFIB Small Business Optimism Index ticked up to 0.5 to 99.5 in December, while Uncertainty Index was the lowest since June 2024, and taxes flagged as the biggest issue. CPI for December next up this morning. Previews flag payback from government shutdown. Treasury selling $22 billion of 30-year bonds. Muslim and Barkin, the Fed speakers for the day. November retail sales and PPI. December existing home sales and highlights on Wednesday. Moran, Kashkari, Bostic, Williams scheduled to speak. SCOTUS could issue a IEEPA tariff ruling tomorrow, and then initial claims on Thursday. Fed Fed speakers, and then the housing market index capping off on Friday. Q4 earnings season unofficially kicks off this morning. JP Morgan beat with the trading and loan growth among the bright spots, while full-year net II guide a bit better and expense guide unchanged from December. BK beat in the stock lower. Delta laggard on weak full-year guide. LHX up on big news that will pursue IPO of missile solution business and deal with Department of War. CAH raised full-year EPS guide, citing strong performance and execution. Meta reportedly to cut 10% of Reality Labs staff as soon as this week. Abivai, latest pharma name to announce pricing deal with Trump admin. Chipotle reaffirmed full-year guide and said they remain confident in 2026 strategic plan. ARGX higher after FDA accepted its Vyguard additional application for priority review. RVTY boosted by guidance. TVTX down big after FDA asked company to clarify clinical benefit for rare kidney disease therapy. And PAR helped by a deal with Pizza. And I think that's it. Now we got some pre-market movers, and then we will get to our document. Good morning. Hi. Alrighty. What do we got here? LHX up 12.3. Partnership Department of War to increase capacity to build solid rocket motors. RVTY 8.8. Replim Q4 guidance. CAH up 4.3 off guidance. Intel 3.5. Keybank upgrade. MP3. William Blair outperform. ALB 2.6. Deutsche Bank upgrade. AMD 2.5. Keybank upgrade. SQM up 1.9. Deutsche Bank upgrade. CLAC up 1.5. TD Cowen upgrade. JP Morgan up 0.2 off earnings. THH up by 8.9 to set up global entertainment investment fund with Carnegie Hill Capital Partners. Laser up 6.6 off guidance. OPCH up 6.2 preliminary results, increasing share buyback to $1 billion from $500 million. PAR up 5.9. Papa John's Restaurant Technology Agreement. ORA 5.3 20-year PPA with Switch. KMT is up by 3.8. Jeffries upgrade. LAR 3.6 Deutsche Bank upgrade. VIA 3.1 Goldman upgrade. BK down 0.5 off earnings. AHMA up 84 nothing. PDYN 20 off guidance. Kayla KELYA up 16.1. Holder Trust K sells entire 3 million shares to Hunt Equity. FBio is up by 9.8. FDA approval of Zycubo to treat Menkes disease in pediatric patients. DGXX up 8. ICHR up 7. Preliminary Q4 results and guidance. OCGN up 6. Hosting webcast January 15th to discuss OCU phase 2 trial. A couple of others trading lower. Delta down 3.8 off earnings. AMRZ down 3.5. Sympathy to Sika Group guidance. CRH down 3.1. Wells Fargo downgrade. ARM down 2.4. Bank of America downgrade. Alcoa down 1.7. Wells Fargo downgrade. ASTS down 1.5. B. Riley downgrade. HPQ down 1.4. Goldman assumed sell. CHCR down 1.4. Wells Fargo downgrade. SMPS down 1.3. Piper Sandler downgrade. BSY down 1.1. Piper Sandler downgrade. Chipotle down 1 off guidance. MasterCard down 1. Compass Point upgrade. TVTX down 28. Program updates anticipated milestones. FDA requests more information on Philspar. Legend down in sympathy. CNXC down 5 off earnings. EYE down 20, reaffirms guide. INV down 11, raises 40 million, 11 million share offering. And Chinese ADRs trading lower. Silver still. So they got to upgrade. They got to, you guys know that, they got a price target to 100. We'll talk about it. I got a little bit more for you here. So literally same to slightly higher is what I was expecting, but then we ended up getting a little positive surprise on core. So that was the good news. Again, we talked about it here a little bit to start. Go look up Janine Pirro. That is the person going after Mr. Powell. And they're saying she went outside of the chain of command. They're saying that she was just pissed off that Powell was not responding to her office. She said Powell is the only one who used the word indictment. And yeah, that's why some people are kind of easing that out, not to mention what we just read over there with people saying Trump won't follow through. Kind of a taco trade of sorts, they say. Idiots. But that's the first one. Next one, utilities and Microsoft. So Microsoft's going to be at the White House, I think, Wednesday. But there's kind of another one of those consumer pushes related to utilities and electricity. That's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, but you got to see a little bit of that this morning. And now I put times on there for you. Here is your list. Please save this and please use it. You have all the times throughout the day. This is the JP Morgan Health Conference. It's all on Eastern time. So 10:30 will be about 1 hour after the bell. 2:15 will be around like what? Is that Philo time? 10, 11, 12, 1? No, right after Philo. But you actually will get some that start there, but not as many during Philo. Wall Street, they paused the conference to listen, apparently. So there you go. You have them all. These are going to be your list. You got a decent amount. And remember, it's going to be hit or miss. We went through all of them. If you have the ones from yesterday on the after hours, you could go look and see how they played out into the morning. A lot of them came out with guidance and stuff like that, but you just got to be ready and see where it takes us, baby. But that is your list for that. There's another one, too. I have a bunch of them. Maybe if we see a couple go crazy, but there's something also called the ICR conference. I saw this yesterday. I wasn't following it too well, but pretty much Walmart, VFC, and Planet, they're going to be there today. So you might get some other consumer stocks. There was even some big upgrades on like Target, Lowe's, and HD this morning as well. And then that leads to our boy band, gold and silver. So I think it was Deutsche Bank. They put a $5,000 target on gold and $100 an ounce on silver. So again, silver got to react to the craziness yesterday in the middle of the rebalance, not getting affected. It took another $8 or something. And you guys know it's a lot of people are still under positioned, as weird as that may sound with how much it's moving. So we'll see, but if that keeps continuing, just be careful for the volatility. You either got to wait to reposition or you could scalp it. And then like we talked about yesterday, if you do think that copper is actually going to go off of it, you're going to need you need these silver prices to sustain, but it is going up alongside of it. So that's probably going to be another big theme here in the morning. Another one, I think this one, we talked about it even from the last week, man. It's just silently going. Lithium. There's a lithium headlines with China. Literally, ALB is getting a brand new upgrade every other day, breaking out like it was kind of like 2021, even LAR, same exact scenario. We have these plays still, but it just literally keeps going up, keeps getting upgraded. That was even part of some of the stuff that's going on. So watch out for that. That one's going to be key. And then China, that's the last one. We were talking about it last night. Pretty much, some of those sell America vibes. Europe has been underperforming, but China, that's what happened at the beginning of last year. So it's not like they have any specific news. There's a lot of pieces of news surrounding China, but I don't think there's one that I could point to that says, yeah, you should go up 10% on Alibaba in a day. So I think it's a mix of all of this, as well as them having to kind of catch up to RAI, and they're doing it through policy controls. And again, materials, minerals, all of these things that we're seeing, China has a way to benefit or at least secure their position. But watch, beginning of the years here, we kind of watch a little bit of a rotation. People keep talking rotation between staples and tech, but also between America, China, and Europe. I would keep your eyes out for however those play, my friends. So other than that, that is all that I have for you. I'll keep up this list for you, and we will get ready to go. Well, yeah, we got some time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You're good to go, man. You bought a silver chain and bracelet, and the saleswoman said you could break the links for food when the world ends. That's a great saleswoman. Did you tell her, though? You had to have told her you're aware of the global implications of rising commodity prices. That's no way. Usually when I walk into a jewelry store, you know what they ask me? Where are you from? What are you? What is your race? What is your ethnicity? That's what they ask me, because I look like a lizard with a diamond chain sometimes. So it's not it's very, I'm like, that's offensive. You know that? He said, are you, where are you from? Middle East? Are you from Israel? Where are you from? Huh? That's what they say. That's what they say to me. So that's good. But yeah, man, I don't know. Has, someone said it yesterday. They're like, Tiffany's ain't even raised silver prices yet. I know they only sell silver, but I mean, jewelry and a lot of other things have gone up a lot. So we'll see, man. I'm shocked, dude. I can't even believe it. But yeah, you got $100 target on silver today. Deutsche Bank. That is official. $5,000 target on gold. It's crazy because gold is kind of doing a similar move, and gold is actually ripping up right now too, but it's not. I mean, silver is the one with more beta. Silver is the one that's just running way more. You're kind of now getting, how people would worry about global tensions and buy gold? That's starting to hit into silver as well. But now silver just does it with more volatility. That's it. So instead of if gold goes up 2%, silver is going to go up 8%. You know what I'm saying? Gold goes up 0.5%, silver is going to go up 3-4%. It's actually insane. So we'll find out. When's the next TLT play? Oh, dude, I have to check my calendar. I have it scheduled. We have a meeting with TLT and Jerome Powell. So whenever that happens, you at least you woke up early. So as long as you're here by 6:20 a.m. Every day, I think you'll be ready. But I have to check my calendar before we get to that. China to offer Canada canola oil relief if Carney lowers EV tariffs. Do you guys know for Waymo, they're going to start using... they're going to start building a Zeekr for the new Waymos. Instead of a Jaguar, they're going to use a Chinese EV. Is there a reason for the timestamps? These are when they're going to be announcing at the event. So this is for the JP Morgan Health Conference like yesterday. So these are all Eastern, 10:30 a.m., PGNY, HAE, EYPT, 10:50 Illumina, 11:15 PTGX, so on and so forth. So this will be the time they're scheduled to have a presentation, and that's where you should see a pop or not, depending on what they report. All right. Tell me why. You guys ready? Are you ready? Do I think that's transitory, the jewelry? Or are you talking about gold and silver? I think it all just depends on the economy and kind of some of the broader factors. But, I mean, if I'm dead-ass honest with you, I never thought silver would go to $100 an ounce. I never thought it would go to 60, dog. You know, I do not remember all of my reactions. All of my damn reactions every single day. Like, so I really, I'm actually blown away, bro. Because you got to realize, dude, I think the lowest price I ever bought silver was $12 an ounce. So what do you mean people will pay me $80, $85, $86 an ounce right now? So that's like a penny stock. I know that's like a tech stock. That's like buying one of those cheap tech stocks, and then it starts to go up pretty good. So I'm pretty shocked by that. So I don't know. I think it does depend on a lot of stuff. But then, like I'm saying, as we've been talking about copper, the back and forth between solar, data centers, everything that just like ties into it, it makes sense. But even then, tie it also into today though. What do you guys notice that's weird? Inflation isn't moving up, but now silver is fucking quadruple the price, right? Oil's down. We use more oil every day than silver. So maybe that's the better part of it. But yeah, it's all of it's absolutely shocking to me. So that's why I'm riding the wave. I mean, as we get updates, it'll be fun to go for it. I mean, I've always believed in holding it physically and keeping it there. But yeah, it's still all crazy, baby. But Chattadonia. Are you ready, man? That's all your news in the morning. You guys had some good questions, some good morning discussion. I hope you're ready to go. We are going to have a good day. And before we have a good day, my friends, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And that, my friends, is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this great nation. God bless you. Thank you for your time, my friends. And honestly, bro, if anybody should really be taking advantage of anything, of the discipline, the 10%, the building of this country, the freedom, man. And we're going to talk about it a lot because I realized it, bro. Some of the chads last night blew my mind. Somebody that was 15 years old, that's like 2020, is now 2020, is now 21 years old. So I'm telling you, man, you guys could make a really big difference in a couple of years. And I remember at all levels, bro, it don't matter if you're young, old, but like, especially if you serve, man, you guys could really build something here in the next couple of years. You've already given your life to a lot of different things. So we want to give you guys a thank you. And for real, man, take advantage of it and take advantage of it in the right way. So God bless every single one of you. Thank you for everything you have given to this nation, even the sacrifice your families have made. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Stop the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Happy Tuesday. Bro, happy first, full week Tuesday. Are you, man? Game time. So, Chad, let's have a good one. Even Bonds. All right, you're coming, babe. You're doing the little climb again after all the CPI. So you got your work cut out for you. I do have a couple of plays, actually. So LHX, they got the big Department of War deal. I would even throw NVO on that list after the GOP news that we got. Microsoft's going to be at the White House tomorrow. They're part of that utility deal. JP Morgan, Delta, those are going to be your post-earnings plays. Pizza, they had that deal with that small software company. I wouldn't say that one's too high priority. And then ALB, LAR, just mineral plays. Even then, you could focus on silver if you really want to scalp it, but I will leave that up to you, my friends. And then VFC, that's going to be at that little ICR conference, and then it's going to be a game of roulette or whack-a-mole with any of those JP Morgan health conference plays. You just got to wait till they start popping up. We got 2 minutes. I already went pee, but I low-key have trained myself to go pee every time at this morning. So I kind of need to go pee again. I think I could get it, man. We got 2 minutes. I think I'm going to do it, Chad. It's a good day. It's a good day. You got to get ready. Great day. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's going to be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait? Great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods. What's the matter, thought you knew about the laws? Father, why do they complain about your laws? Ask for justice, but they make sure it was gone. Soldiers meant to see it in your eyes. Tesla, I don't know, man. Only those damn rumors about the, what's it called? The rumors about the SpaceX IPO. But no, it's starting to move around a little bit. Again, there's a little, you guys used to, there you go. Round one, fight. But yeah, this just has to do a little bit with the CPI. I mean, some of these names will have their own little moves, but yeah, we'll see where it kind of goes here. Again, you kind of have it's like 0.5 to 1%. I would argue is in the range for today on the S&P 500. So even though people are kind of trying to act a little sanguine about the data, it did come in a little lower. Yeah, Trump just even put out a true social, great low inflation for U.S. means that Jerome Too Late Powell should cut rates meaningfully. If he doesn't, he will just continue to be too late. Our great growth numbers. Thank you, Mr. Tariff. President DJT. All right. And then Putin seasoned something. And yeah, you have down detector is actually popping up on X. So that might be down. But other than that, yeah, LHX is only 5. Damn. So again, we're used to this though. Some of those pre-market moves, because LHX was up 12. No. It's up. It's only up 2 now. It's kind of doing that little tweak out. So again, you might be able to get some. Either everybody was a crackhead pre-market, or yeah, that's going to be your gift there. I would watch that. That one's up to you if you want to take it. All right, Intel, dude. I hope Intel does. Intel got an upgrade. So remember, last time it just did it on a little bit of that like hype leading into like the White House and then the comments by Powell. But yeah, I don't know if it does continue. That would be nice. And then a couple of the space stocks are going as well too. We still have some of those. So we'll see where that leads. Oh my gosh, bro. Silver is insane. Ah! Oh, man. Silver is going to be crazy towards the expiration. Remember, this is the rebalance week. You get a little bit even until next week. But, yeah, dude, it's already going crazy. And like I'm telling you, in a weird way, it's under position. I'm shocked. None of this makes sense. But it's kind of weird because usually you get a squeeze like this. You would think everybody's crowded in it, but it's really not. And then Chipotle had guidance numbers. They're starting to move around a little bit. Nasdaq's only up by 0.02. Dow is down by 0.25. SPY's only up by 0.2. And then the Russell, that is the only one that is moving. Adobe. Yeah, I don't know why Adobe's going down like that. Myrna, I don't know if Myrna is at the event. So judgmental, I could see it in your eye. So in an hour, you'll have 4 or 5 of those companies. And then you could go from there. I'm checking Adobe. Who was the other one? ALB, LAR. Again, NVO had some news. A little pop on MSTR. What's the day? All the good ones have shitty spreads, dog. Why they do this? These people, you know, these people, the market making. They're not even make the market. Why they call themselves a market maker? More like a market unmaker. ليه كده يا حبيبي؟ All right. I'll give you guys one because I'm not playing it, but I'm looking at it just in case. That's what you gotta do. Adobe going up on the Apple services news. It could. But yeah, let me see. They got a downgrade this morning, too. I think they got a couple of them. Intel shares rise after key bank upgrade. I don't know. Trump might speak today, but tomorrow, that's your real date that you want to look for. Because then you're going to have Microsoft at the White House and a couple of others. Yeah, defense, I think that's because of the LHX. So again, LHX was up. It was only up 2 right there earlier, but it was up 12% in the morning. And then Netflix, they got some of that Paramount lawsuit stuff and everything else. Duolingo for the long term, I no say. You get it? But no, I've never used Duolingo. I know my girlfriend tried to use it for like a week. It was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. But no, I don't. She was saying just random shit in Spanish. She's like, Jose es Cubano. I'm like, what the? How is that going to help you knowing how to tell people that they're Cuban in Spanish? It don't even make any sense. So, yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I've heard a lot of stuff on Duolingo and how it plays out. Like, it's more of a game than like a Rosetta Stone. I don't know if you remember that back in the day. But then again, Rosetta Stone disappeared. Damn, Netflix going straight up. Well, literally 10 straight candles here. 6 straight candles. Yeah, Estee Lauder is related to the China play. So, again, that's even going up. But pretty much as China's starting to heat up and you're watching that, people are thinking that it's going to people are thinking that that one's going to start spreading into that. Your mom has a 1,000-day streak on Duolingo and speaks no Spanish. So yeah, I'm not a fan of it as much. But hey, I mean, if you've used it and it's really changed your life, language-wise, maybe. But I do think there's some other names out there. It sucks because, again, this is part of some of the major theme right now. But like the what's it called? The rotations and like laggers and leaders. So there's just, you know, between value, growth, you name it. And that's where it sucks because some of these names, they really ripped at the beginning of the year. So I think the last one left is like Kimberly Clark. I mean, shit, even fucking Tap has gone up. So I'm going to be watching out. Yeah, Roblox is up. Reddit is up. I feel like a lot of these digital companies are doing good. I don't know if this is the IRC conference. So again, there's going to be an IRC conference with VFC, Walmart, and a couple of others. So we'll see. We will see. ChatGPT, dude. I was using Grok. If I didn't know languages, I would just take pictures of it and I'd be like, "Yo, what does this mean?" And it would tell me. It was very impressive. So at least you got a pocket translator with any sort of AI. Literally all of them at this point. And Nike's going up. All right, man. It's only 0.08, but I feel like you're broadening out a little bit more. Dow is the only one that's in the red. Russell, again, is leading here. And then you got the NASDAQ a little bit behind. Okay, LHX, that's up 4. It's almost doubled, but... Oh, yeah, JP Morgan. That's JP Morgan wasn't that bad. Like I'm saying, everybody was just focusing on, like, the little part that missed. So, we'll see. Walmart is part of the... That's part of the conference, and then remember the NASDAQ 100 news at the beginning of the week. So you had some of that. Let's see. Wally World. Oh yeah, I forgot. We had those plays. They just didn't move up much because they have more time. My expectations for TLT. It's on my calendar, but it's gonna be a slow one. So it's gonna take a little bit of time until probably after Jerome Powell. Unfortunately, you know, you guys got to Powell kind of neutered TLT in a weird way. You know, there's been a lot of drama on bonds and how it's played out. So. It's not really one of my major focuses. I would look at the dollar, though. This is what we were talking about with the Sell America trade. Because, like, again, go look at beginning of last year. Look at how the dollar, like, that was a fucking massive move. And that caused a lot of opportunities. A lot of moving around in different pieces. So, if anything, I think the dollar's going to probably let you know when it gets there. The purpose of TLT as of late, it's just been serving as a danger zone. That's it. Anytime it gets to the danger zone, we know there's a problem or people are kind of worried or they're going to play that jawbone game. And then if you get bond volatility, you'll get stock volatility. But other than that, unfortunately, I do not have any TLT plays at my disposal, nor do I put them as a high probability. I'm mad at silver because I've been taking 1,000% on them and then it fucking quadruples, which is mind-blowing. But you like what I'm trying to tell you, some of these metal plays, you would have had your TLT play within other industries that have gone crazy. I mean, again, even some of the other tech last year that started to run up leading into it. So best case scenario, we just get a lot of activity to start off the beginning of the year. That's why these next few weeks are going to be important. Duolingo S on the high ticker. That one just keeps going up. If you use Duolingo, you have to speak Spanish to me. I want to see what you learned. Yeah, that keeps going up there. And then Kohl's, VFC, Walmart, Googly. Legislation for full sanctions. Dios mío. Si jefe. You guys learned a little bit. I don't even know what you're saying. You guys are just saying random words. Yeah, Intel. Giggle. I'm surprised, again, NVO and Eli Lilly keep those on watch, but they already got clapped. The news is They took off a warning label on Ozempic and GLP-1s. The Trump news on crypto? No, did that come up? I don't think we went over that this morning. You put me on game, son. TSM going up. We saw that part of yesterday, and they even had an update. Yeah, bro. Roblo's up 5 now. Good morning. Wasn't Baba up a little bit? I mean, Baidu's lagging now. Glad we got rid of that. And then SPY started to climb again. You're only up 0.12. Keep in mind, like these pre-market zones with the data, these, I mean, just like every other CPI non-farms day, they're going to be interesting. I have PayPal in the long term. I just think you can, I think you could get a little bit better right now. If it ever comes down to it and all the value names rip, then you go back to PayPal. But I think you could get your hands on something a little bit more high quality that would probably move a lot more for you. Dude, Google, fuck. Gazprom sets daily record for gas to China. China. I mean, oil's back at 60, and then in the name of the CPI, I mean, just oil's been down a lot. SPY down on Trump's tariff news. Not a lot. Meta suggested AI glasses capacity over 30 million units if demanded. Talks to raise AI glass capacity. What the fuck? He talking the Meta ones, right? Yeah. Esser Luxottica near 2026 target for 10 million. Seeks to double AI Ray-Ban capacity. I thought he was trying to fucking do another goggle. But yeah, that's coming out now. And then, yeah, well, a lot of people don't realize the Trump saying that he's going to sanction. Oh, SPY's dumping on that. I don't know what that is, though. SPY just took a little red. Be careful. Maybe it's related to what I'm going to tell you. Because a lot of people don't know yet that, yeah, SPY just took a pretty big candle. But most people don't know that, like, the Russia-China shit. Oh, yeah, oil, there it is. I was looking at it. You said it was up earlier, but that could be Iran. Because Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over your institutions. Yeah. So Trump is going after the Iran stuff. So why this is a big deal is because China is literally the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. So think about it. If he says we're going to sanction any buyer, what does that mean? That means it's a 25% hit on China. So yeah, oil's going up. That might be a little bit of a play you could go after right now. Damn BP. Yeah, they're all going up. Even damn XOM. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't realize it's like an indirect China play. Every single oil name's going up, whether it's like foreign, domestic, it doesn't even matter. Even fucking XOM. Ta-da! Let's see. So yeah, you could keep it small if you want. It's just a matter if it holds. Again, we knew this the other day. That's, you got to think about it. He's just making a post now. I think the market's reacting to it, but you did have this yesterday. Myrna's going up. Watch those biotechs still, too. And then silver's fucking... Oh, yeah. You know you could play silver and gold, too, but that's... Yeah, again, they're literally geopolitical tensions. I mean, they're rising with that, no problem. Yeah, Twitter is down. Or at least those are the reports. I think it's like 20,000 people on Down Detector. And then you just got the Trump on oil, and that's causing a little bit of a reaction here. Yeah, oil hits intraday highs as Trump cancels meeting with Iran and tells protesters to take over their institutions. Literally, remember, we're just looking at it. It was at $60. Now you're at 61.20. So I think, and if you want him, you could go for any oil play. You just need follow through. The only downside is that, in a weird way, you knew about this last night. You know, again, he was talking about 25% tariff on anybody who buys the oil. So he's just literally pressing on it, and then it did cause a little bit of a reaction here. Tesla, Etsy. Oh, dude, why are all of these like digital? It's like digital names are doing very good. Digital consumer, and then again, even Estee Lauder, but that one has the China connection. But then again, that one's still up 3. It just stopped going crazy. And then gold and silver. So as USO and crude oil climbs, I mean, gold and silver is actually bleeding a little bit more. LMT. I haven't even looked at big tech. Apple's barely down. Meta is not reacting. They even had some good news there. Visa is starting to dump. I don't know if Homeboy's going to start tweeting on that again, too. Or truthing. A little truth social, dude. I did see the Eric Adams meme coin rug pull. Sad, bro. Very, dude. The meme coins can't catch a break, bro. It's the culture behind that. I mean, then again, it all ended with the Trump coin, so good times, good times. I wonder what we're gonna get to start off this year. Yeah, silver is at $89. Gold is even at $46.31. So Deutsche Bank. So not only like gold and silver right now, I mean, they literally just took another % or 2 off of these global tensions, but you literally had a upgrade by Deutsche Bank, and they're saying $100 an ounce on silver and $5,000 an ounce on gold. That's their like short-term, midterm target. So that's not even like they're not even saying like years out. They're saying short-term, midterm. That's where it is. If commodities go up, will Feds raise the rates? I don't know if the Feds will, because that's what I was saying here. Like, you know, imagine how much gold and silver we're talking about. And like the irony is like last time you had inflation, here we could check. We check normal inflation year over year. You know, and then SPY still going down. Again, literally you started, it was a good day. You had good CPI. Core came in a lot better than expected. You were running up a lot better. And then you just started dumping here on your boy. Trump kind of pressing the Iranian protesters. And then that's starting to move up oil. Because think about it. Oil, we were talking about it this morning. Oil is one of the reasons that, it's one of the reasons that the CPI even came in lower to begin with. So, but where is it? Yeah, so like, look, bro. June 2022, inflation was at 9.1%. You guys remember that, right? Yeah, to give you a context, silver was at $20 an ounce. I don't even know what the fuck gold was at. Probably less than $2,000. Maybe at $2,000. But then again, oil, at that same time, oil was a lot higher. So I think a lot of the CPI, you know, because this affects stuff. I mean, there's silver in a bunch of items and all of that, and a lot of commodities, you know, you need metals to create things, but you also need oil to fucking move them and even do anything, and to power them and to keep them going every single day. So at that point, oil was a lot higher. Remember the war, Russia, Ukraine, all of that mixed in with the money supply, the goods, you name it. So it's kind of odd this time because, you know, you're watching a 5 times increase on some commodities, but otherwise it is I think it all boils down to oil, to be honest with you. So in a weird way it relates to the CPI today, but it is I think if you have high oil, high commodities, now that's a different story. Eli Lilly, CEO, says he hopes everybody will take GLP-1 drugs. All right. Everybody? I'm just reading the quote, man. NATO rut, what's happening in Iran is repellent. Yeah, Meta. I don't know if it's just because of the lag, but the Meta went down on that. It sounded like good news. They're saying they want to triple the AI capacity. Kodak, CLX. Are we going to get a Staples rotation? Yeah, check. Staples are up. So look, NASDAQ went down. Dow is already lagging, still going lower. SPY down. Russell's still barely hanging on. But then Staples and some value plays are starting to climb. PG. Kimberly Clarkson. Mexico is the largest silver producer. Interesting. I didn't know that. Japan. No, people are getting bullish on the yen, but there shouldn't be. There was news this morning. I think wasn't she calling for a snap election? So they're gonna have some political stuff, but I don't think anything major. All right, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Some of the value names are holding up. XLP, Hershey's on the high right now. I mean, some of the stuff that are in their own little world are already outperforming, not really tied into any of the oil drama. They're doing fine. And then literally SPY lost its CPI momentum just off of that. Because again, that was like a quarter point, almost half a point from red to from green today pre-market. But now you've lost that, and the banks are going lower. That's still bank earnings. Remember that. So yeah, JP Morgan's still going down lower. All the oil names are still climbing, and then SLV and all that shit. Oh, I thought I showed you that chart. Well, here's the deal. Speaking of the VIX, you have VIX seasonality. So pretty much in the next couple of days, like middle of January till like February, VIX seasonality runs up. But again, I think last year it lagged a little bit, and then it all hit with all the craziness. So we might start to get some volatility, but that was kind of BS for now. When's my next deposit? Oh, I don't know. So like the last like 6 years, it's always been on the same day, but I was feeling cute. So I was like, fuck it, random number generator. So we'll find out. But if you follow, make sure you're subscribed and we'll get that to you. XTLB, what time is it? 10:30 yet? No. PGNY, HIE, HAE, EYPT, Illumina, GSK. That's your first set. I think when X goes down, some of the like news plays hit a little different. But then also too, it just all depends, because some of that oil shit circulated very quick. And then right now you're just doing the little rotation game. Keep that in mind. It sucks because Dow lagged in the morning, but I do see a decent amount of staples that are going up. Mexico produces the most raw silver, but 80% processed into bullion in China. Interesting. Yeah, man, there's the silver, all the silver fun facts, they run real deep. And then it'll be exciting to see what uses silver and then what switches to copper. And then nickel, isn't there a copper ETF? Isn't like ICOP? Google's up too. Yeah, copper ain't move. Hits a record high after 2 brokerages raise price target. Oh man, excuse me. Have you guys ever heard me sneeze? Have you guys ever? I don't know if you have. Oh, good morning, Daniel. Have you guys ever heard my sneeze? I feel like sometimes that sounded like a good sneeze. I feel like so good morning. You haven't? First time? Wow. You've never heard me. Is this weird? Stop looking at me, bro. Stop looking. Why you stop staring at? Look away. Look at Silver. Stop looking at me. Just turn your speakers down. That's fascinating. Yeah, I usually don't sneeze, but man, the fuck is in this? I think silver's in the air. Some sulfur, some crude oil, some heavy sulfur is in the air. Plant. No, bro, but I'm telling you, every time I go to the gym, I'm thinking I'm gonna work out from home for the next like 2 weeks. Lately, bro, every time I've been to the gym, the next day I feel weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's nasty in there, bro. I don't know. I don't like the New Year's gym. It's really pissing me off. Because even this morning, I feel a little bit better, but this morning I like even woke up. I was like, oh no. That's what happened last time. Yeah, Meta's still dumping. Okay, Altria, certain value, and even Estee Lauder. Honestly, none of this really tracks because half of the move right now is geopolitics and oil. But then some of the names you would think that would be more geopolitically driven, tied to the China-Iran, they're not really moving like that. So it's very weird. Do I clean the machine before using it? No, but I think I need to. Usually it's been good, you know, like build up some immunity, but I'm telling you, last week and even yesterday, it just, I don't know, it feels nasty. Is that a biotech again? XTLB? Sphere on the high. I heard people pumping that one. Speaking of which, the IRENs of the world, the space stocks, oh, they dumped after holding up. Long time listener, first time sneeze hearer. Well, welcome, man. That was a nice little Easter egg for you guys. I sneeze. Yeah, man. Unless I simulated that with the soundboard. What? I think it sounded real. You should. I might, man. I think I might have to, man. I think I might have to. I might have to start cleaning off the machines. First time in all 6 years. I swear I've sneezed before. I think I have, but you know, we'll vibe. We'll vibe. RKLB going up. Again, the space stocks are kind of going half up, half down. When LHX started chilling out, oil chilled out a little bit. The oil companies are doing better. And then again, I mean, Google is actually ripping still. Google, Intel, there's like a few tech names that are kind of just in their own, they're just in their own way right now. Netflix, they had that lawsuit stuff. I don't know, this morning, Peace Guy tried to sue them. They were doing good, but I don't have Netflix as a long-term pickup option. We own it, but it's not really one that I'm trying to grab. It actually makes me want to look at the long-term. Do you guys realize today we are going to have some crazy long-term rants? I hope you know that. New home sales, 737,000. Estimate was 715. So those came in a little stronger. SPY going lower. New home sales down by 0.1 month over month. Estimate was down by 0.10. So much stronger than expected. But then again, last month they went up by 20%. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of long-term talk today. Because I was talking to some of the Chads yesterday, and I'm telling you, my mind has been shattered. You have no idea. Nibis still up. Warby Parker's going up. So, I mean, Google's running, and then that's crazy. Warby Parker moved more on the Meta news than the damn Esser Luxottica or Meta. So look, if you were looking for that reaction, it was Warby Parker. That was the one that did it. Cereal? I mean, General Mills, yeah. I think General Mills is decent. It's not like my first choice, but compared to what's already moved up and not, I don't think it's the worst. And I think their dividend payout ratio is at like 50%. I like Pepsi. I think Pepsi, I much would have liked it at a lower price, but I do like it. Intel 52-week high. Woo! Okay. Oil slipping below 50 would be a concern for U.S. producers. I remember when even below 60 was a concern. And then you get below 40, you get in the 40s, you start squeezing out Russia. Bibsy. Yeah, some of you picked up Pepsi at 127, 130. I do remember negative oil. That was 5 years ago, bro. You guys don't get it? So, like, I know it sounds obvious, but this blew my mind yesterday. Because Chad, he was asking me about the Fed. And he was like, we were talking about the Fed. He was asking me about Fed independence. And I'll start, going over it. And I'm explaining, like, Janet Yellen, right, and all this. And he was like, I don't know, man. I was young then. I'm like, what the fuck you mean you were young? And then he's like, yeah. Like, bro, if you were 15 years old during 2020. So, like, imagine the pandemic. They shut the world down and you're 15 years old. Today, you are 21 years old. That blew my mind. Because now that means you got a bunch of, like, older people that are, like, kind of in the market now, right? You're a grown man at 21, a grown woman at 21. But then, like, 5-6 years ago, 2020, now you were 15 years old. But then again, 2020, that doesn't feel like that long ago. I'm telling you, that's why, like, imagine the long term. We started the long term in, like, 2019, 2020. So for a lot of the people looking at it, I don't know. I don't know if we need to make that connection a little bit more, because I don't think a lot of people realize it was almost exactly the same. I know a lot of things have changed, but it was borderline. A lot of people had the same sentiment. Starting a long term in 2019, 2020, market was already high. Things already felt out of reach. It's a lot more, there's a lot more fuel on the flame today, but yeah, it was kind of mind-blowing. And then to think, some people, and understanding the history, and when you get bombarded with all of this stuff nowadays, man, you might not really understand the history, because you probably were playing Roblox. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel. But at the end of the day, like, there's nothing new under the sun. But it blew my mind, bro. It blew my mind. Even then, but then, like, you guys got to think about it, like 21 to like 26, that's just like, you're already a grown man. But then it like moves a little weird time-wise. So yeah, get a long term, you guys. Get a long term, please. And before you know it, the time will go. But it's the same cycle. It's the same repetition. Muslim risk of inflation persistence is still with us. Supported December rate cut, but saw slightly higher risk to labor market. Let's see if they start talking about the Powell thing. Because again, if you guys didn't hear, what was it, Janine Petro? She was the one who went after it. And they're framing it as a rogue action, really separate from Trump. Intel's still going up. Again, I'd watch oil. If oil levels out, you'll be fine. And then you got little pockets of tech that are doing its own thing. But everything's down now, surprisingly. Even though there's like value names ripping right now. Like, go look at MO, GIS, CLX, Procter Gamble. The Dow's down. That has to be something else. What time is it? 7:05 to start the morning. Let's see. So Dow Jones, you got 12 green, 18 in the red. NASDAQ, 40 green, 60 in the red. And then SPY, 228 green, 275 in the red. Let me see the Dow. Dow is getting held down by JP Morgan. JP Morgan, Visa, Goldman. That's why. So yeah, you're getting, it's being concealed. You're getting a staple move. Look at Staples ripping right now, and the Dow's not showing it because of Visa, Goldman, JP Morgan, Salesforce, UNH, Microsoft. There's a lot of laggers on there, but like the consumer names, even fucking Nike's up. You joined when you were 19, you're 24 now. God bless y'all, man. I hope y'all, man, we got to talk about it. And like, listen, I love y'all, but like, if you was old as hell 5 years ago, and then you getting mad that you old now, like, nah, it's not about you anymore. You guys know that? I love my old people, I really do, but I think the young guys, I think this might be your year. That's why I was so excited to hear that last night, because I really think the young guys, you guys don't get it. You guys got to fucking get your long term and really run it, because It's the same exact situation. I'm telling you, when we started the long term, like, think about it. The guys who are like 30 now, they met me when they were like 25. And that idea of just locking in a long term, even though it felt high, even though it felt whatever, fill in the blank, they were able to do very, very well with it. So you guys got to do the same exact thing. But I don't know. It never dawned upon me how you guys might not have the same background because you were younger, but that might actually serve a lot better for your future. But then again, you have a real big burden to learn this, or at the very least, just avoid the stupid, and then you'll be able to take the next couple of years here, and you'll be able to actually make it work for you very, very well. So do it. They were printing a bunch of money. I'm telling you, it felt exactly the same. Even then, halfway through that journey, it was fucking Biden. It was still money printing and high prices. So half of our long-term gains came under almost the exact same environment you have now. So it's not out of reach, but you do got to start. But I remember when we started the long-term back in the day, a lot of people were like, it's so high, you'll never be able to. And again, those people who never did it, it's because they bit the apple and kind of believed the narrative. But you could start at any level, and even if it seems crazy, and whenever those pullbacks do happen, if you're ready to take advantage of it, you're going to be good. Shoo! All that sucks is it's slow. MUBKH. You're not supposed to sell the long term. So I'm glad you got more and didn't bitch out, but I don't know. That's not my strategy. Why you thank Jesus? Don't thank me, man. I think you get it, hold it 10 years minimum. You only sell it if you're going to get a house or put it into something good, and just, oh my gosh. Warby Parker, bro. It ripped off of that AI news. That was the meta news. Again, even though it was related to Esor Luxottica. It's already up 12% off of that. Habibi. Yeah, those ripped. That was the one. Materials. What about ALB and the lithium? Dude, tap at 49. That's what I'm saying, bro. Even some of the deeper value plays, they've kind of, I said, what, 5-10% move already to start off the year? MP is getting clobbered. Albemarle's chilling. Same thing, LAR. Musalim. It's there. I know, but I think some of y'all who started the long term, the ones who did like really good, you guys were like a little bit older, and it makes sense because you already went through that couple of years. But like I'm telling you, the guys who are the people who did the best with the long term, they were the people that were like 21 to 25, and now they're a lot older but still young. But then they got to capture all of that. So that's what I'm telling you, man. If you're a young guy out there, a young lady, and you are, 5 years ago, you were playing fucking Roblox or something, dude, that's crazy. But, like, you have a killer opportunity right now, and do not be discouraged. So let me put it this way. We started the long term throughout here. So this is where it started, but we started it at, like, the high. You get your pullback, and then half of the other people joined here, motherfucker. I don't think y'all realize, and then think about it. It went 2 years going nowhere. We were talking about this last night because a lot of people quit here. They went for the FOMO. They made a lot of bad decisions. Even then, I made decent decisions, and it was still a rough time. But you still, like, if you just stuck through it, didn't fall for the trap of just like holding options and instead going long term. But like, look, here's the account. That same $35,000 account with just $200-$300 a month, that was through right here. Look at how it looked. It was at 13 grand. You made double that in this last window of pretty much here to here, as it was just chilling. So I'm telling y'all, man, some of y'all, even with this small amount of money, and before you know it, another 5 years is going to go by, and you may not have the same background, and you could build that background and you'll get to learn it all, but you do need to start a long-term today. Every single one of you. The younger you are, man, I'm telling you, you guys don't be, again, because every time it's going to do this. Look at what happened last time. So we started here. People were discouraged. They didn't want to do it. 2-3 years later, it rips, and then it spends 2 years going nowhere. You got to just get it. But the point is, you own it. So we were just stacking deposits, deposit, the stock, it goes down, but you own it. So even if it goes up, that's why right away, right when it started to run, we took 2 years to get past 10K, and then it finally just started ballooning. So telling you, it may not be the best opportunity in terms of price right now. You go for the cheap ones, but you are playing time, my brother. And if y'all do that, you are gonna love it, bro. So absolutely mind-blowing, just because the time and the age difference. It's kind of wild to see, and a lot of people, I don't think they realize, half of that building was through a pretty bad time, but then it started at another time where it really seemed like it was high, especially if you were there back then. You know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like today, and then half of it was in a high inflationary, stupid policy environment, kind of like today. So yeah, I said the same account is right here. So I'm telling y'all, man, do it. $200, $300 a month, any little savings, and before you know it, that 5 years, bro. 20 to 25 is a lot weirder. So, or 21 to 26, it feels a lot faster and slower at the same time, and it's not as big of a mental difference. Your life from 21 to 26 just changes pretty much financially. Some people don't grow up at all, but it's way different than being a 15-year-old to 21-year-old. A lot could happen in that time frame. All right, again, all the value plays are ripping right now. And then 1013, so PGNY, HAE, EYPT, Illumina, GSK, those are going to be the ones coming up. Yeah, keep depositing even if you don't touch it, even if it goes down. That's what I'm saying, bro. It started going down at one point for like a year, a full 2 years almost. It was very discouraging, but then it's not an option. So you get to own it all, and then that's why the moment it came back, it just ballooned, and it's all your money. All your money's there. And then once you get momentum, you start running. Do not be deceived by long-term and even today. So again, Dow is down a lot, but this is all the financials and some of the names that are struggling. But this is a rotation, you guys. That's why you're watching those names on the high ticker. Everything started going down on the oil, Iran, sub-China news. Again, oil's still holding up in those companies, but XLP, Staples, they are all catching a bid. But then too, like, we talked about this last night. I hope y'all feel me on this. Do you guys remember, like, any of the OGs? Do y'all remember when we built the long term? I remember when the big long term was at $30,000. I remember we thought that was a really big deal. That's why I'm saying, bro, do you realize we are rebuilding a long term right now? So the same long term that got us a house, we took it all out, bought a house. That's the goal. But like, dude, it's back to 30,000. So just keep in mind, bro, that took us another like 3 years to get above like 100K, or like maybe 2.5. And then it spent 2.5 years staying at 100K or below. And then it doubled up. So I'm telling you, we are rebuilding this now. Every single one of you can follow along with this. It's going to feel boring. It's going to feel like nothing's happening. But before you know it, another couple years is going to go by. And I'm telling you, you are right here, right now, in the middle of us rebuilding it. And I would encourage you all to do not hesitate on this, because that's gonna be great. But we can't go back in time if you don't notice. I can't take you back with me to every other one of the years, even if you don't understand it as much or not. Just, I hope it resonates with you. I'm telling you to save your own money. That's it. I don't want it. You don't have to give me shit. You don't have to give it. I prefer you don't give anybody shit. That's why you think there's a fucking premium or paywall. Those are the old guys who are complaining. I'm telling you, just go get a long-term, follow along, save your ass money, bro, and just put it in little by little. You could follow along with what we're buying, and before you know it, you're going to really be able to build something and then get that experience, get those years under your belt, and then it's going to start ballooning for you. But you do have to begin, and that's the thing. Like, it always feels dumb, it always feels slow, doesn't feel like much, but if you really know this game, you get 5-10 years of experience. Every single time we're starting from the point of unknown. You don't know, like, it looks high, and then you go through it, you spend a couple years, and then it rips, and then it drops, and then it stays there for a year or two, then it rips, then it comes down 40%, then you don't do anything for 2 years. But all these years of adding, holding, getting good names, getting good values, that's how it's going to really start to build for you, regardless of inflation, regardless of how expensive it is. All that shit is just is an illusion, really. And then again, I mean, you're going to all you have to do is take care of yourself and stay alive. That's really it. And then avoid any dumb shit gambling so you don't fuck up all the progress that you made. You could plant a tree and it could grow, but, it's very easy to uproot it, and that's what you got to watch out for. Our long-term has a lot of names right now, but the beauty is that the rebuild doesn't have that many. So like I'm saying, I sold it all, and that's why last year I was begging people to pay attention to the rebuild. Because again, a lot of people say, oh, well, you started so-and-so, but now we restarted it. So Meta and Netflix was from the last time, but we started the portfolio with Intel. So after buying the farm, the first play that we bought was Intel before the government. So again, that good, right place, right time, you could call it. But then, we kept JP Morgan and a little bit of AbiVi, but so far we added Intel, TAP, Fiserv, Chipotle, and Sweetgreens, 4 or 5 plays. And then we got the hold, these are some of these are literally $400 at JP Morgan from last time. Kept $400 at AbiVi. That was one of our favorites from back in the day. And then MO, $100. And then it kept $2-3 grand of Netflix and Meta each. And we bought those 3 years ago now at this point. So the rebuild only has a couple of names, but then the big account, that one that I was showing you that was at 13,000, is now near 40. That one has probably 30 names in it, I think. I don't even know. So I try to keep it below 12 names a year, and then as of late especially, we've been stacked, with some of these names being such good value, we're just trying to stack up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, that's buyout, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. And some of them, I'd say at least 10 or 15 we haven't bought in 5 years. So, but 35 in 5-6 years, not bad. That's less than 10 names a year. Is that 5 names a year? No, that'd be 60. I don't even fucking know. How many names is that a year? It's 6. Somebody who have a calculator. It's 5 or 6 names a year, I believe. A little bit more or less. I still think that's a lot, but depending on how you want it. Just as of late, though, many names. Microsoft's dropping again. They're going to be at the White House tomorrow, and they had the news related to the. Microsoft also had the news related to the utilities and the electricity and all that. Yeah, Dominion is. I don't know if that's part of the other ones. It's all value, you guys. Take a look. Any staple value is doing good, even if the market comes straight down. It's gonna It's going to keep doing its thing. Yeah, German ministry says it summoned Iranian ambassadors to express concern over violence against protesters. And then Fed Muslim committed to returning to 2. But all value names are going up. If you want to focus on anything to the upside, it's value. Anything to the downside is a mix of like banks and certain tech. But then you also have like Google doing pretty good. But those could also start slipping through. But low ticker is picking up ever since the oil news. That's what we were looking at. It just started to drop. Tell me why. Where's the biotechs? PGNY is already down 3. I don't know if all of these are down 3. So every single name that has JP Morgan Health Conference in the morning except Illumina is down 3 already. And then GSK is down 1.7. So Illumina might be your best bet at moving. So good luck if you're going to watch that. It's going to begin here in a little bit. Yeah, and lunar space stocks are getting clapped. Circle, a couple of others. It's a lot of these tech names now. Some of the hype plays are kind of losing steam. Oil's still up though. Oil's up by 2.8. This time gold and silver came down. No way. So yeah, think about that geopolitical boost that it got there, but that is already starting to fade, my friend. Hot dog. Yeah, oil's up and those companies are up, but now silver is the first one to go. Silver and gold, relatively. Yeah, all the oil names are still up. And then again, you just got the other comments there. Fed Muslim doesn't expect Fed reaction function to change much under new chair, given breadth of opinion among 19 policymakers. Airlines? That's weird. Because Delta had earnings. They didn't do too hot. And then Microsoft's dumping now. So remember, tie that into the news in the morning. I mean, they have the most potential catalyst. They did get kind of hit by having to pay. Or again, Trump saying that these companies need to pay for their electricity. Financial been slipping from the morning, but then, dude, some of the like Estee Lauder is just a random one. It's all staples. It's all staples, value, even consumer names, and then again low CPI, and then tech is just a mixed random bag. But a majority of names are down today, so you got to factor that in. Nasdaq's 67 in the red, 34 in the green, or 33. Dow still has 18 red, but most of them are either financial or tech related. And then SPY has 240. SPY's 50-50 with a couple of names. I forgot about that. LHX. Remember, defense did pretty hot here, but that's still holding 2 after going 12 in the morning. I know, dude. CLX ripped off the bottom. A few of them. Damn, American Eagle. Roblo's up like, what, 7% almost now? 6.6? and now Dominion's going up. Utilities are going up. So look at that, the inverse between Microsoft and utilities. That does pair up with the news here in the morning. Fascinating. Trump's remarks on oil. I mean, it's kind of makes more sense. I don't know if you recall yesterday, I was saying I'm not really I thought Trump was going to be more supportive of the protesters, and it didn't seem like that. And then kind of his reaction this morning, that makes more sense. It is going to affect oil, but it's not really about oil as much as it's about China. And that's what I think a lot of people don't realize. I think the market gets it, hence the reaction. But, you know, if you threaten a 25% tariff on anybody buying Iranian oil, you're pretty much sanctioning China. So, or not sanctioning them, excuse me, charging China a tariff. So that's how I think it all kind of plays out. Charles Schwab or Robin Hood, you could use whatever you want, but make sure you separate your long-term from trading. So you should have one account that just goes straight up with stocks that you don't sell for 10 years minimum. And do not break that rule. You have no idea how many motherfuckers can't do that. But I get it though. Most people don't do anything for 10 years. But I've noticed that's like, you'll get the people who understand it. But then, I mean, some guy was like, Josh, thank you. I didn't sell and then I sold. It's like, nah, bro. Just don't sell. You need one account that only has stuff that goes in it. Never comes out. Unless it's the worst possible scenario of your life and it has to. India does buy some, but not as much. I mean, China's just the number one. And I don't think we're really at odds with India too much per se. GFS, Global Foundries, that one's 56 highs. That one's starting to rip right now. GFS, keep that one on watch. Again, Intel was running up. I mean, they got, or it's kind of related to Intel. I remember they brought up something. This one had options activity the other day. Yeah, GFS has some weird shit. Tell me why. Yeah, even today. A couple minutes ago, there was one yesterday, or 2 days ago. So 4 days ago. Let me see. Remember, they got tied into the Intel stuff in the beginning, but then they actually did rip off of it. We played it a couple times last year. I think that was preceding the unusual activity. I think they did that same thing on the 40s earlier. MRP, Dominion and Energy still going up. SPY's kind of chilling. It's been straight down since the Trump comments, but it's trying to hold. And then utilities up, Microsoft down. That's part of it. So we'll see. M1. I think M1, you don't get to don't you have to buy little slices or funds? But I would use whatever brokerage you want. But like I'm saying, it's not about the brokerage. It's about what you do with it. I feel like I'm Vin Diesel in Fast and the Furious trying to explain this to some. Are you a real driver? It's not about a 10-second car. It's about So listen, man, just make sure you. It's about one account, only goes in. Nothing comes out. No fucking trading. Just straight holding for 10. Not about the car. It's about the driver. All right, man. Family. But you need Any broker you want, but get a fucking, it has to be separate from any sort of trading, and you'll be good to go. I'm telling you, that's probably one of the hardest parts. As hard as it is to wait and go month by month, little by little, I think the hardest part is that, a lot of people just they take that part of it light, and they don't do that. TMDX. Oh, Transmedic, weren't they the one that had bad FDA news this morning? Or did they have good one? I'd have to look into that. And that's moving. One position getting outsized versus the rest of the portfolio due to growth. It's a good thing, because then you get a big, if you really like it. I mean, I don't really like buying plays that go up too much. Like, like our Intel's up 100%. I'm probably not going to buy more. But it's like, it's a beautiful opportunity, because then when you have something that balloons, it gives you an opportunity to add other stuff, get more value, and really balance out your portfolio a lot better. CRM's down 4.5. Senate Thune, I'm not advocating for a credit card interest rate cap. See if those move on it. And then GFS still going. Again, that was just weird options, literally week after week. And then you could it kind of ties into Intel as of late, but that's it. So we will see. And then Southwest, rip. That was one of the only airlines today that did good. All right. That one's running. That's related to RevMed. But then RevMed came down.
Not about the car, it's the driver. I'm Batman now.
All right. Thune credit card cap could make many lose credit access. Dog, I never thought in my life more people were down with capping grocery prices than credit card interest rates. What in the America is going on? It's crazy. I can't believe I heard that. They're like, well, Kamala wanted to cap grocery prices, and people talked about economics. What do you think is going to happen with credit card? I'm like, bitch, it's a food. One is food, bitch. Oh, my gosh. So it's kind of crazy, man. It's kind of crazy. But on that note, I do need to go to the potty, you guys. It's been an hour, a nice hour here to begin. We've actually been here for 2 hours, though. We were live early for the data. Global Foundries, that one's taking off there, like I'm telling you. And then Eli Lilly's starting up, too. They said
everyone's going to use GOP. Everyone. No exceptions.
So, yeah, man. We'll find out, bro. We'll find out. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Please get a long term. It's not about the car. It's about the driver. I'm going to start saying that. Can we get Vin Diesel on here? I'm gonna hire the fake Vin Diesel to show y'all. You know that? Like the skinny Vin Diesel? I'm going to just shave my head and pretend I'm Vin Diesel now that I think about it. All right, man. I'll be right back.
Plan to relaunch Siri using Gemini. That is the hope, at least, from Apple, which has fallen a bit behind when it comes to the AI wars. Certainly, the Android phones have been moving along a lot faster because Gemini is already integrated into the hardware. All right, we will continue to monitor these markets here. We're about an hour into trading, and right now we have negative signs ahead of all the major indexes. The S&P losing 0.3%, the Dow off by more than 0.5%. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio.
Man, stupid commercial. Man, I'm gonna just get you some Uncle. Hey, Uncle. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. On my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Can't believe they missed it on my kindness. I can't believe they forsake all the guidance. I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends and hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we change, what's the plan? That's that. Out my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods. What's the matter? Thought you knew about the laws. Father, why do they complain about your laws? Ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone. Soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes. Getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. Form was lost, only needed 99. Father, forgive them, they don't know the things they done. Did not depart because we learned it when we young.
Because you learned it when you young, dog. Are you young? Oh my gosh, don't even get me started. Don't get me started again. I'm gonna rant on it again, bro. But yeah, I don't know about copper. Man, it sucks because copper, you need silver to stay above. Like, silver has to get to like 120, 130 for copper to really rip. But the problem is, like, bro, you don't want to be hanging around like silver. You bought a bunch of silver. It looked nice. I like copper's heavy as fuck. And then did you guys hear about what happened last night? Remember how I was telling? I don't know if we caused it, man. But you remember we were talking about it? And I was telling you how people were stealing, like, electricity shit for copper. And then yesterday, somebody jacked a bunch of copper, and there was a blackout in California because somebody stole a bunch of copper from the electricity infrastructure. Powell is either incompetent or crooked to President Donald J. Trump. Nice. And then Johnson spoke to Trump on 10% on credit card cap. A lot of work to build consensus. Yeah, I don't know. Powell. You see how he's just throwing the same shots he's throwing, but again, he has distanced himself from that investigation. Pentagon and $1 billion in ARC LHX. That was earlier. Yeah, Eli Lilly started going up there. Again, a couple of names are starting to chill out now. Again, your first freak out in the morning, we were doing good. CPI came in lower on core. That was a little bit better. And then after that, you just started dumping on the Trump-Iran thing because he was supporting the protesters, telling them to take over their institutions. Huh? I mean, I think somebody said it earlier. You were like, wouldn't that mean Iran would say the same thing? But they already have. I don't know if you follow the Supreme Leader on Twitter. you know the Supreme Leader got a Twitter, right? In the midst of all of the revolutions and everything going on, he tweets from time to time. And he tweeted on Minnesota, actually, believe it or not. So he already did tweet about it a while ago. Okay, oil's going up again. At least CVX, XOM. Powell does not do a very good job, says Trump. So oil's it hasn't broke out from earlier. It's still up a lot on the day. But now the oil companies are continuing. So yeah, we'll see, my friends. You can't say you follow him. I just see it from time to time, and I always laugh, man. You know, at one point, Donald Trump got banned from Twitter, and the Supreme Leader was just he was tweeting away, man, tweeting away. Yeah, again, if we get a big dollar move at the beginning of the year, I mean, you guys are asking me about TLT, but I think a bigger dollar move up or down that'll probably open up the door for more crazier plays. I mean, again, that's kind of and the higher the dollar goes, it does start to impact silver and all that and gold. Speaking of all the gold, copper, all that,
But yeah, gold and silver are not going up the same way. Global Foundry's still ripping from there. So if you got those, I mean, literally that call option, that the 20% increase on that, not like the premium, but the actual activity. So somebody just keeps hammering that. Silver is heavier than copper. Well, I think they weigh the same. Like an ounce is an ounce, a pound is a pound. But it's more along the lines of like the price of it. So like I was shocked. Yesterday I was looking at copper. I always thought it was in ounces. You were like, no, it's in pounds. So like it's $6 a pound versus, you know, $80, $90 an ounce of silver, or $4,600 an ounce of gold. So we're talking pounds. So like if you know, that's why Chads were like, I have hundreds of pounds of copper. I said, what do you mean you have hundreds of pounds? So the problem is that, like, you know, you could play it on paper, any of the commodities, like, you know, I've owned it physically. So and even then it's kind of it's not really the easiest to hold or sell or buy. And, you know, it's not like a dollar. It's not like digital currency. But, you know, copper is a whole nother story. And then you can't even wear copper jewelry. Can you? Do people wear copper jewelry? I don't know. But so it's if silver doesn't take off like crazy, then you're gonna be stuck with a very, very heavy metal, like a very heavy metal that I don't know what you would do with it. Whereas silver, worst case, it's a good decoration. Same thing with gold, because again, remember, gold, silver, I think I could find the chart, but like the shit didn't move like this. That's where even then, that's something for the young guys that I was kind of explaining earlier, because like even some young guys are like, all in on gold and silver. I love it, and it's been nice. It's great to have, but this is all very atypical for the commodity. Where is it? I have to find that chart. Oh, here it is. So yeah. So this is just gold. So it took 38 years for the price of gold to double. And then after that 38 years, it took another 12 years to double. And then this is where we started the long term. Then it took 4 years to double. And then it took 7 months to double. Oh, and then the peach comes. You know what the peach does? It compounds every day. Oh, or no. Oh, good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning. Oh, and GFS still going up. The peach is I think the peach is better. I think the peach could start a revolution. I think the peach, gold, silver, oil, utilities, CPI, all of that's cute and all, but the peach is consistent, son. I don't know if they feel, man. Where's Bobo? Where's Bowen, man? You should wear copper. It helps with body frequency. I'm not familiar. I remember oh, wait. Isn't that like copper? Isn't that an infomercial? Now that I think about it. Speaker Johnson, no need for Trump to testify in Epstein probe. Clinton's testimonial refusal definition of contempt. Have to be very deliberate on credit card cap. Yeah, GFS, bro. Still running now. That was a good one. At least you caught one if you were there. Yeah, heard it here, brothers. You had time, whether or not there was any sort of lag. But they only went up like 20%. Not anything too crazy. We'll see. And then oil, CVX, all that. Intel chilled out. Airlines again now. UAL. You had Delta earnings in the morning. Copper peptides? What do you mean copper peptides? I've never heard of that. I remember people used to wear what copper fit? Was that what it was called? Wasn't that the infomercial and you wear the copper band? Yeah, isn't that Brett Favre? Yeah, I think it is. That sounds very familiar. All right, I'm going to keep the oil up. Silver and gold chilled out. Copper fit. I might have to get me some. You've been on it for 2 weeks. Are you guys doing the injecting peptides, or are y'all, I don't know, any other way? You guys realize, like, NVO, so that GLP-1 peptide, the one that they're, it's a peptide pretty much. It's just a pill. So you remember, GLP-1s, retatrutide, Wegovy, those are all peptides. That's the crazy part. So it was already kind of popular in front of your face before, but, you know, there's all sorts of them now. Injecting, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I'm still terrified of that. Have you had, like, you do it good? Have you become skilled? It feels like a RuneScape skill. And I got 99 injections. That's crazy. Back in the day, that would be a heroin addict. But still, it's good, man. Stay healthy, y'all. Stay healthy. Top 5 long-term to invest in right now? Anything you know about. I mean, that's very broad, and sometimes that advice backfires, but long story short, there's a lot of names that, like, have you heard of Procter & Gamble? Have you heard of Coors Light? Have you heard of Pepsi? What else? Have you heard of Kleenex? Like, those are names right now that are trading at multi-year lows. And, you know, they're not the best price. They're not the worst price. They could come down a little bit, but I don't think you're going to regret holding those for 5 to 10 years. You know, ideally, you want a high-quality company that is already big. You know, that's the one thing I've always told people, and I think this will help the young guys as well. You don't need to invest in the next big thing. Usually, the next big thing, you already know about it. Literally, we're talking about peptides, and that's the next big thing, right? Peptides is NVO. Is Eli Lilly. It's been around and was popular for the last, like, 6-7 years. When we bought Abivi, it was Botox. I bought Abivi because of Botox, and Botox was already popular for 10 years. We got Uber at $24. Guess what? Uber was taking people from airports for fucking 10 years, 5 years before we bought it. So usually you just need to find something that's already successful. Something already successful you know about, has been around, will be around. That's one of the best ways to do it. So now go look at names that are underperforming, or, you know, not necessarily the worst, not the best, the fair price, and that already have a certain amount of commercial success as a business. And that's where you start. That's what we've been looking at. It sucks because we have we had our list of 2025 named year-to-date laggers, but I don't know how that list looks right now. Let's see. Watchlist, S&P 500. Where'd it go? How you detach? So this is easier than Slick Charts sometimes. Slick Charts just slows my shit down. Hold on, I'm a little slow today. I don't know, is it year to date? What is it? What's the column for the year to date? Is it year to date? Yeah, percent year to date change. Geez, SanDisk is already up 60% on the year. Yeah, there's nothing down. So worst one right now is AIG, Adobe. These are the ones that are down, but, you know, you got to really take a look at them and see where they're at on the multi-year. But again, that's like, we've been talking about some of the main ones like General Mills, Procter & Gamble, Pepsi, CLX, Kimberly-Clark. Some people like Campbell's. I like soup better than cereal. A lot of insurance names are down. Meta's down 5. So then again, these discounts are not even close to what we saw last year. Datadog. Yeah, you could start with names that are down on the year. The only difference is that this year it's only been 13 days. Illumina. Remember, that's the first one. Yeah, so Illumina, that was One of the first ones here. And then GSK, EYPT, HAE, and then PG&Y already moved. By Kimber. I like Kimberly-Clark too. It does look nice. If it's undervalued or if it's missing some negative aspect. I mean, you're on the right track. I mean, usually if it's undervalued, there's something wrong with it that's leading to it. That's why I always tell you, if something is down a lot, you got to get very familiar with it and, you know, understand if that's like, and then ask yourself, will that threaten the 10-year future? But most of the time, if it is underperforming, there's probably some sort of catalyst that makes it lag in that short term. Yeah, you could go to the 1 year and sort, but a lot of them, it's the same ones. But like, this is something we talked about a lot last year. Damn, Albemarle. I was one of those in them. Albemarle just ripped again. It's actually hitting a new high. I don't think that loaded. ICHR. SPY's doing a little better, though. I mean, again, you got oil companies ripping. And then you had that little drama. Otherwise, it's supposed to be a decent day. Seemed like good vibes. Oh my gosh, Chad. I think I'm going to sneeze again. The fuck is this? I can't sneeze twice in a day. You guys...
See, I've never heard you sneeze.
So, hold on. Give me a second. Ah.
War dragoons under the command of General George Washington. So when he was in this area, we did provide the troops with Applejack. We've always remained true to ourselves, to our craft, to our value, to our vision. Our product has not changed. The actual recipe, the process.
Dude, I can't even sneeze now, but I'm gonna sneeze.
Is still authentic.
Why is this bitch talking about George Washington? Is this a commercial or a segment, CNBC?
That are working together. I am extremely proud and excited that I could pass my passion on to my...
All right. Did I sell my Intel? Did you not just hear Vin Diesel telling you?
It's not about the car, it's the driver.
Okay, you don't. 10 years minimum. 10 years minimum. Woo! I know, that is the trick. I thought I told y'all that. If you do stare at the sun, if you need to sneeze, it'll make you sneeze instantly.
Vin Diesel's Batman. Bob was going.
I love the fucking Batman. It hurts my voice, but I really thoroughly enjoy it. Baba ARM, I mean, it's up a lot. I'm not like, so that's the thing. I'm gonna just wait till motherfuckers don't want this shit. But ARM is down. But then again, we flipped ARM at the beginning of... we made a killing on ARM. But we flipped it. It's not a long term. I don't think now. I mean, again, my Intel, or that was my AI exposure at a good price. You know, think about it. Really, you did have an opportunity to get cheap AI exposure. I mean, you know, that's why I'm telling you, you want to buy this shit when nobody wants it. But unfortunately, if it's up there... And again, you actually know Charlie Munger will disagree with me because, and I do believe at some point, like 5-10 years from now, if NVIDIA never goes down, I might be down a top ticket, kind of how Buffett top tick Google. You know what I'm saying? So it is like, sometimes you don't want to make the mistake of waiting for the best price and ignoring a really good product. But you can get a fairer price. That's why, like the Procter Gamble's, Chipotle's, I've been starting to dabble with those a little bit more. Yeah, I was gonna buy NVIDIA. If I didn't buy Meta, I would have probably top ticked Meta or NVIDIA. But you know, thankfully we got some other exposure that captured that AI wave. But yeah, I knew about NVIDIA 10 years before. All of you did. Everybody who was a fucking gamer, had a computer, even dabbling with a little bit of Bitcoin, you knew about it. But yeah, that one sucked. I was getting too cheap on that one. But yeah, it was there. But yeah, you don't have to wait for the cheapest price, but right now, since we got some cheap exposure and then they ran up a lot, I'm going to wait until they either come down. Like, I want better quality, no chance of failure. Like, I would rather top tick a NVIDIA than I would top tick a ARM. But we're going to wait through the cycle. We'll see when there's any other fair pullbacks. And then if it's a really good name and a good technology, a good brand that's not going anywhere, we're going to have to kind of force our best price on it. But in the meantime, you're in the reason why I'm so obsessed with the value right now is because, yeah, you have high flyers, but you also have hundreds of names that are pretty fair priced, and these are names that are not going anywhere. And then even then, there's another level of AI backend. That's where some of the staple rotation's coming into, like Procter & Gamble and factories, and some of these names should benefit off of it. I know Google was a nice pickup even last year. Bro, my girl is up like 97%. And y'all don't even want to know how she bought that. My girl bought Google last year because we took a Waymo. I quote, Wayme is so cute. I'm buying Google. And that made her 100%. And then I just tell her not to sell it, but it's insane. But that was a very good pickup. And then Gemini was the fucking icing. Canada Trade Minister will formally launch negotiations for a free trade agreement with India next month. Lululemon. Sometimes you got to buy higher and sell higher. No, hold for 10 years and then sell. But usually, because when we started, that's the crazy part. Because when we started in 2019, I would argue it was a shittier environment than now. Because you didn't have that many discounts. Like, we just live in a weird time. That's why I have not shut up about it over the last 2 years. Because even though the markets have ballooned and there has been crazy runs in technological hype or advancement, whichever one you want to call it. It came at the cost of 200-300 names that are just chilling. I mean, again, the Babas, the Baidus, anything in that portfolio. You were even able to get banks at very, very low prices not too long ago. So it just, with the 10-year plan and what we're doing, and the fact is, if we would be buying higher on a lot of names if everything was up. But if it wasn't, then yeah, I would take advantage of the value while you still have it. But good companies, so that's what I'm saying. It's not about price as much as it's about a good company that's going to be around for 10 years. Because if you're already making billions of dollars and stick around for 10 years, and then again, it's a fair price, that's how you're going to make money. And then, too, I mean, it relates to gold and silver because, the whole buy, sell, that's why you got to be careful, and I would separate it from your long-term just because. Do not sell anything unless you know what you're going to do with the money. And that's another common mistake because you might think, things could go up way. I never thought Meta would go $90 to $700 in 2 years, but I didn't have anything else to buy, and it followed our plan. So you got to think about that because a lot of times in the market, you'll think that's too much. I mean, silver, $20. Last time inflation was at 9%, silver was at $20. And now it's at 89. I had many times, I wanted to sell silver last week. I did with my options, but with the actual silver that I own, dude, I don't know what to buy with it. I don't have any, as somebody said, put it to the long term and I'm down, but then it's kind of its own physical long term. If I don't really have any crazy plan or goal or objective with it, I'm going to just keep doing this. Oh, I just lost $2 probably. That's great, bro. It's just $200 now. You realize how stupid that, you know how many of these I have? You were buying these at 12, 15, 20 bucks a pop. Oh, man. So, yeah, you got to buy something. I got Bob on the bottom right there. Boeing delivered 63 margin rules will set gold, silver as a percentage of notional value instead of a fixed dollar amount effective Tuesday. Holy, they're adjusting the margin price again? Jeez. So suggest you don't wait for PG to go lower and just start the position. If you don't have any high quality names, I would. But, you know, if you already have a built out portfolio, you could be a little bit patient. So it all just depends. Or you go for the one that you don't have to be patient on, that still offers something there. But yeah, I wouldn't be against it. Especially, that's what I've been saying about Procter & Gamble. If you don't have you have to just be consistent, be ready to buy more. Don't get discouraged if it goes lower and freak out, but it really boils down to what else is in your portfolio. But if you're just starting out, I mean, I don't think you, as long as you're going to keep buying and buying and buying and stick to the plan, you could start on anything. Really, as long as it's not hundreds of % up and everything else. You sold for half of a down payment on a rental. I could approve of that. At least to put it towards something, especially a property. I'm a big fan of that. That's what I believe most people should do. Bro, I'm gonna sneeze. The fuck is this?
That would be energy.
Hold on.
As oil is pushing higher today.
Oh, I need to look outside.
I'm going to blame geopolitical risk for that. So WTI, this is American crude, that's up 3%. Brent, the international benchmark, also 3% higher right now. And the worst performer right now in the S&P 500 as a group, the financials. The credit card companies still reeling from the threat of that cap on credit card rates. So MasterCard, the worst performing stock right now in the S&P 500. Also, shares of JP Morgan Chase, they're lower after their earnings report showed, among other things, banking fees dropped. Still, though, Gerard Cassidy at RBC Capital Markets, he's positive on bank stocks for the remainder of the year.
The outlook is very positive for the banks when you consider the real GDP growth probably comes in this year maybe around 2%. But more importantly, loan growth has picked up.
Right now, Moderna, ticker symbol mRNA, best performing the S&P 500, up almost 10%. They've been taking part in the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I don't see any significant headlines with respect to that. But
we don't have any significant headlines. Illumina at 1050. And then PTGX, EWTX, TMO, COG-T, Ionis, and ZBH at 11:15.
It's already 11:03. Well, at least we chilled out from all that. Kenvue and KMB. That's probably the best one at the start of the year. Procter & Gamble was looking great 2 days ago, 3 days ago. But Kimberly-Clark is still near the lows. But like I'm saying, if you don't have any good anchors, you have a pretty fresh portfolio. As long as you're going to keep building around it, I mean, you are ready to go. I like my cap. I still want to kind of build around that. And so, I mean, we're 99% invested on the small account. The big account, I could move around a little bit, but I am waiting. But I would say Kimberly-Clark is probably one of the better ones to start off the year. So I haven't made a move yet. I'm waiting a little just because I have so many things. You know, like we were just talking about, don't want to add too many names, but that is a good one. Yeah, those plays kind of ripped a little bit more now on GFS. They popped up a little bit from that first one. You had Boeing numbers too. That was earlier. And Broadway Frezzo. Your boomer dad's been collecting silver. I feel like everybody's boomer dad was collecting silver. It's actually amazing. I always say it. I'm happy the silver and gold bugs got to benefit off of it. Because I was just showing you that chart, bro. It does not move. I think I still have it up. That's the crazy. This is gold, but like, that's the scary part. Because when we even talk to the Chad who owns the company, a lot of people just, I guess the newer you are to it, you don't really see it. But, you know, especially with silver, last time it hit a crazy high like this and then dropped and like really dropped, you didn't go back up for 15 years. You realize how crazy that is? So, yeah, man. Welcome. Yeah, Eros is going up. Up. I'm in the coat. Adding to positions is when you don't have any more opportunity. Because we bought Abivai on the way up. So it's just like, if you really don't have any other good names out there that you could start to build around, or you really insist on stacking up, where it's like, I'd rather stack up a little higher than get value. But then again, I would prefer value than stacking up. But then again, it all depends on like how much we're talking stacking up. Like, I don't want to buy a new name every day, but it's like, yeah, if you're like, I'm telling you, there's several names. Like, Kimberly-Clark hasn't been at that price since 2017. That's almost 10 years. That's a 10-year low. So there's something about that that's like, wow, that's very attractive to me. Again, even when Pepsi gave up a couple of years, but if you didn't have any high quality name, like, again, PG was even right next to Kimberly-Clark, and it was starting to go down too. So it's like, if you run out of those names, then yeah, you start stacking up. But other than that, it's not it really comes down to what the objective is, and how, like, if you added more Pepsi, would it leave you overbalanced? Would it get you to balance? Or where is Pepsi kind of way in your portfolio? That would really be the question. What's the difference between physical silver and stock silver? I have one example. Please tune in. Did you get that? You can't do that with paper. So that's the whole dilemma here. Because silver is going up mostly because of energy and people who want to use the metal. And then, yeah, it's just, I've always, like, what got me into gold and silver, sadly, it was a hedge. And people were like, the dollar, the Bitcoin, dollar, the world is ending. Like, maybe 11 years ago, I was caught between, I thought the world, wait, damn, was that 12 years ago? I thought the world was going to get raptured mixed with end. So I don't know why I would buy something. I should have repented. But I did go for gold and silver and Bitcoin. But then my whole logic was that if I was going to have gold and silver for like a safe asset, I would want it in my hand. Because what am I going to do with paper silver? I can't build anything. I can't conduct anything. I can't make music with it. I can't wear it. I hate paper. I just gamble on paper, gold and silver. That's why I sold the options, do whatever. You could make money on the price, but as far as like utility, if you really wanted quote unquote real money and a real asset in hand, that's where the whole physical idea comes into play. You used to be against paper, silver, and gold till you had a roommate steal it. Yeah, dude, have you ever seen selling it? Because that's the other part. Selling it is very difficult. I saw a video the other day of 1,000-ounce silver bar, and it was the weirdest process ever. Guy comes in with 1,000-ounce silver bar, has to like weigh it in water. They have to like drill it. You can't carry it anywhere. And then again, if it's a physical asset, somebody comes into your house and steals it, that's 100% loss. That's why you got to store it in a safe, or you could put it in a safety deposit box, depending on how much you have. Copper, on the other hand, I don't know where you're going to put that copper, son. But yeah, like, that's the problem with physical. Same thing goes with cash, though. I mean, people steal cash all the time. But yeah, that's why, like, as far as protection and a physical asset compared to the dollar, I would want the physical asset. Bullion Eagles? Yes and no. I mean, like right now, just with silver, if you have the 1 ounce Eagles, those are easier to sell. But as we've learned here, as the price has rocketed up, you might have to travel a little bit to get the highest price, because some people will discount it. But yeah, I don't view my gold and silver as long term unless it's physical. And even then, it was a small portion of my portfolio. It's just fucking 10x now, so it's a little different. Paper silver is like a Pokemon card. I just look down at my silver. I'm making sure. Are you sure? The fuck? But like, okay, so now I'm gonna wear a Pokemon card around my neck. I'm Logan Paul. I'm gonna make a missile with the Charizard. Let's make some solar panels out of Pikachu's. It has very conducive abilities. You know, Pikachu is an electricity Pokemon. What do you mean, man? Are you talking like a collectible? But yeah, I think physical silver is just, in gold is just in case the world ends. But other than that, it's fun to play with. And now it just went up a lot. That's why I'm saying I keep considering selling it, but I just don't know what to buy with it. Yeah, Greenland minister, a mineral resource minister. There's national security interest in Greenland. It's in our interest. We should be willing to discuss both. We feel betrayed by America. This is not something we think we deserve. Ban on uranium stands. The people of Greenland have spoken on this. Damn, son. Death toll of Iran protests rise to 2,000. It's crazy, man. All right, silver's climbing back up, even from the, what's it called? The margin requirement stuff. Arm is on the low. Buy gold, get free gold at high value, or trade it for KMB. But then if I sell it, I just won't have as much. And then that's the sad part, is because when gold and silver goes up, you're like, it's physical assets, and then you want them. It's very odd. But I used to always talk about it. The first 10 years that I held silver, I was like, I wish I just bought fucking Coca-Cola stock, because then you could reinvest the dividends and all, and then it even goes up in price. So, but yeah, I mean, I haven't touched my silver. It's been 10 years. I think 12 years. 14? I got some of this in like 2012 to 2014. So it's been like 12 to 14 years. So yeah, it's just kind of a wicked amount of time. But so I could rebalance, but finally it finally moved. That just hasn't happened. Then the video started moving right below VWAP. Oil companies are going. Antique silverware, yeah. The older the silver, though, it has a different silver content, apparently. That's been the crazy part. Logan Paul said Pokemon's the next big thing. Yeah. I feel how I used to feel about silver and gold. Like, if it just wasn't used for other things, like at one point, silver was just like gold. It was just useless, you know? But then it had the whole money backing and then some of the industry stuff. But although many people may get hyped about that stuff, I would just be careful of things without utility. You guys don't even remember. I think I was telling you guys last year, even when crypto was going crazy, right after Trump got elected, it's like, I love crypto for what it is, but I was trying to, you can't live in a fucking Bitcoin. I think it was Andrew Tate, and they were like, the kids are gonna buy Bitcoin instead of houses. Only boomers buy houses. I'm like, bitch, you cannot live in a Bitcoin. Okay, I have Bitcoin. You can't live in it. Like, at least like something with just use value, though. Those are usually what holds value beyond any temporary hype. So I think you can make money on Pokemon cards if that's what you're into, but if you can't like really use it and live in it, I'm not too or there's, I don't know, man. There's a difference in, if it's the only thing that you can't live in that I like is stocks. Like, really. And then again, I diversify in the other stuff, but, and, you know, got them early. They've ballooned, but I'm not too, like, I don't get too jacked up on the next best thing, especially if it's just not, like, useful. Like, I don't know, maybe, like, RAM is more useful, like, if you think about it nowadays, but even then you can't live in your RAM. But then if it's used for the next wave of technology, then maybe. But use value is it goes a really, really long way. And then it's not always the ultimate value, but being able to put it in your hand offers something. And if you can't put it in your hand, I mean, stocks is one of the next best things. Another Silver Thursday could happen, where it just fucking rockets up. I think the next like week or two in silver is just going to be a shit show. Either very volatile, a lot of back and forth, or not. But I could not get a read on it after this. After Powell fucked it up, that little Powell thing. And then now it's really getting there. And then even the analysts, even though they're doing the commodity rebalance, they're all jumping on board. And then it's not even overcrowded, but then it's like overbought for like months. There's too much going on with it. So I think there'll be an opportunity to flip it back and forth. And then I do think at some point this year, it's going to do what it did last year, where it's, you know, you're going to get this like crazy run, and then we're going to have like a month or two of it like stabilizing and going sideways. And then that's when we're probably going to get in on it again. All right, man. 12 minutes till Euro close. Is oil moving? Drone attack on 2 tankers in the Black Sea. Oh, and I already had that up. Oh, man. Even though we all wish we bought 200 Bitcoin when they were $1 to $5. I got my Bitcoin pretty cheap. In a lot of these, every single one of these waves, you can. I got my gold and silver pretty cheap. You can too. But that's why I'm saying don't fall for it when it's not cheap. That I don't appreciate. And that's where I've seen a lot of young guys make the mistake. And I don't know, it's because maybe they were 15 years old 5 years ago. You know, when I bought my Bitcoin, holy fuck! So how old were you? I got Bitcoin around like 2013, 2014. How old were some of you? Because then again, if you were like 5 years old, I fucking get it now. I guess I didn't, because I was young. I was fairly young. That's it. You were 11 years old. Yeah. So you were 20. You could have got it. You were 20. You were in the game. You were 8. No fucking way. How the fuck were you 8 years old, bro? You were literally paying Roblox. You still knew about it at 8 years old? God bless you, bro. That's good. You were 13, 24. You were 12. 2013, I was 10. This is why you guys think I'm a boomer. I just started very young. I got my first stock when I was 14, and that was before everybody was fucking pumping it on your head. But yeah, that's crazy, dog. That was crazy. So yeah, that's why it's like you have a shot to get all these again. Gold and silver a couple years later. I bought them around the same time too. I ended up going bigger on gold a couple years later, and then silver throughout the years, but not really. I haven't bought silver recently. Last silver bars, they gifted it to me. So yeah, that's why I'm like, I get it, but that's why, like, just be careful. It's not like you guys may not have understood it because you were younger and now you see everybody talking about it, but like the way I learned things was like good quality stuff that has been around. That's it. That's why when I was like getting into Bitcoin and other stuff, I kept it small, but like I wanted to get involved. I'm like, this is the next big thing. But like, I never fell for the bait. You can't, like, don't fall for stuff when it's really, really high priced and then thinking it's going to be the next big thing and doing all that. That's where the nonsense kind of falls into it. You know, the way you're going to make money is buying things that are going to be around, and then you allocate a small portion of your money to the high-risk stuff when it's cheap and when it's new. That's how you're going to be able to do good. But if it's already fucking 100x'd and you were a child when that was already there, it may not be the only thing that you should be doing that with is a high-quality asset that's going to be sticking around. You were 10, 6. See, this is what's blowing my mind, you guys. This is blowing my mind. That's why. I could only imagine then. So then, yeah, you guys don't know the history of the fucking Fed and all of this. That's why, man. Don't fall for long term, baby. You're going to buy the long term, build the quality assets, keep compounding over time, and then the next big thing that comes out, bro, you're going to be able to turn a small amount into a large amount. And then when you're early on it, you're going to start sounding like me instead of fucking sounding like they buy it at $100,000 right now. It's the next best thing. So, yeah, you don't got to play that. I remember watching 2012, dog. That shit was huge. Everybody thought for a little bit. They're like, 2012, the Mayan calendar. You got here in 09, you barely knew English. I feel, man. Mine was just, I had people who barely knew English telling me not to go get a job and to not buy anything, aka my parents. So I feel, but I did have the English language, so that did go a long way. That's you heard. I don't know if you're here with my dad. My dad talked to y'all. If I had knew the English language, I would be on the billboard. I speak English like you. So yeah, man. I feel. GM is going up. Tell me why. I'm telling you, isn't this a trip though? So yeah, man, if y'all were hella young, just please, even if a couple years ago, just get the long term. Do not believe the hype. I'm telling you, so many, you think everything's out of reach. You think it's just dog shit. Because when we started this, that's why. Because when I was explaining all these stories to people back in the day, man, you know, it's just straight up. Everybody was coming from different times. A lot of things happened, but there's a good portion of you, man. Y'all are still relatively young, and I don't know, you could ask some of the other guys. It felt like that in 2019, 2020. Right before COVID, it felt almost exactly the same as today. And then even half of our long-term journey, it was under a high inflation scenario. That's why I keep saying, dude, the way the long-term performed in the last couple years, it wasn't through an easy time. And it was in a time that is relative to what you guys are living through. So this is just the game of building wealth. This is the game of the stock market, is that it's about time in the market, not timing it. Everybody wants to go to timing it. And that's what I'm saying. Small amounts to the speculative shit, I get it. And one day you guys are going to be here and you'll be at a you know, a nice young age with a savings. You'll now be in your 20s. You might be in your 30s, and then the next big thing is going to show up, and you're going to be able to actually get into it at a good price where a small amount of money can balloon into a gigantic part of the part of your portfolio. But not chasing it, overpaying, and then walking away not owning quality shit. So because I'm telling you, bro, it's really, really like that. And you do have an opportunity. I know there's inflation and houses. It felt like that for everybody. It's again, and even part of the portfolio, I mean, it was through that moment. You know, half of how we got here was living through the exact just couple of years that you guys have gone through. Telling you, oil's going up again. So the oil companies are up and USO is up. Actually, oil companies are chilling a little bit, some more than others. And then tech, you got NVIDIA and BABA does keep ripping. Silver wanted to go up again. And then watch dollar and any of the sell the America stuff. But yeah, China is started off slower. Let's see. Yeah, equal weight got rocked. That was actually still doing pretty good. SPY's down by a quarter, equal weight down 0.1, NASDAQ down 0.1, Dow down 0.6, and then Russell down by 0.19. Watch out, WDC, Micron, SanDisk if they start doing that again. I think Global Foundries chilled out, still did good. Intel, it's a weird ass day. Again, still a lot of that rotation element. Tell me why. 14 green on the Dow, 16 in the red, 39 green on the NASDAQ, 61 in the red. And then SPY 212 green, 290 in the red. SPY's starting to drop a little bit more. So again, it's correlating just like it did in the morning here, oil. But this time gold is going down. So another little baby pop on oil, and now you're getting a bigger red on the market. No, there's no news on BABA. Is it NVIDIA? Yeah, NVIDIA is starting to come down a little bit harder. Watch if there's a China headline then. I can't tell which one it is. It's a mix of what's it called? It's a mix of oil and chip stocks. That's Chinese. Tell me why. And then you have the Greenland comments. China restricts NVIDIA purchases to special circumstances. Okay, that one's not too bad then. Honestly, I think oil would be more detrimental to the market. Because again, today was CPI, and then you have an oil freak out. The oil's the thing keeping CPI low. You've had the China stuff. You've had that headline like 3 times this year already. But yeah, they did move a little bit, but then SPY's starting to go up. Just see what happens with oil, and then silver and gold went down on that. Tell me why. I want it long chain. Yeah, NVIDIA restricts China chip purchases, special circumstances. That could have been the BABA front run. You guys are familiar though. Again, oil, you were asking about BABA. That's what I was saying. It was either China or something related to the energy and oil. Baidu might even go up off of that. Because remember, Baidu is coming out with their own little chip unit. All right, Chad. Well, head on a swivel. You might get a little bit more of this, but get your body moving. Are you guys down? Are you down to move the body? Are you down to do a push-up? Stand up. You might get a little bit more freak out. I'd watch BABA or Baidu to the upside, NVIDIA, and then just keep your eyes out for any geopolitical oil headlines. But you're here right now. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Move your body around, okay, young guys? You know that? Because when you're going to get old, you were fucking 2 years old when Bitcoin was I can't believe it. Now I'm going to just fuck with y'all. But come on, baby. Move around. The market's not too crazy. It's literally 0.18 on the NASDAQ, 0.29 on the SPY. Dow Jones, 0.63. Russell down by a quarter. You can move your body. A little bit, baby. A little bit. OPEC, I don't know. Wasn't Venezuela part of OPEC? Or I think they still are, but I think, you know, homeboys not in the game. Not in the game. I almost dropped the mic. Oh, okay. I need to do the 90-90s. But yeah, move around a little bit. CPI was good. Headline came in fine. Or actually about in line with expectations. And then the core CPI was actually better than expected. So it was good. And then honestly, I think we'd be up a little bit better if oil didn't go up almost 3%, because even though a lot of things are better on CPI, you could argue it's all because of oil. So yeah, but it was good. And then we kind of faded it. It should have been a good reaction. Maybe we'll see that by the end of the day. And then now we just got that Nvidia news. And then again, you had the utility stuff in Microsoft. And then tomorrow you get Microsoft and the other guy and the White House. ZBH? Let's see. I'm doing my 90/90s. Yeah, ZBH is dying. Wait, was that on there? Yeah, that was on the list. 11:15. Damn, I forgot. So it's already 8:30. But you guys remember the list from the morning. I hope you saved it, but that was 11:15. So that one's from the JP conference. You'll have ALC, and then 12 p.m. you'll have these 3 or 4 coming up next. So yeah, at least got one big one. Yeah, I do mobility work. That's what I'm doing now. I gotta get moving, dog. The hips. If I don't, bro, I die. I hate it. I hate it, bro. It's a scam, bro. It's a scam. You know that? It's a scam. If I don't work out, it hurts. If I work out, I'm sore. So yeah, but mobility is good for you. That's why I'm doing some hip movements right now. Baidu's still going. Again, think about it. A lot of people don't realize that Baidu has a chip unit, so they're gonna kind of take over. That's the one they're talking about IPOing. Labor Department will release import and export data for January and Q4 on March 15th or on March 5th. Jeez. Alright, one more set, bro. I should probably play you guys something. Let me see if they're talking about it. Credo. I don't know if that was at something. I swear we saw something in the morning. That's ripping.
1 year, and it's always the big caps outperforming. But, if you fiddle around with the time spans, you can come up with something where the Russell 2000 outperforms. And over the past 6 months, you're right. The Russell 2000 returning almost 19%, whereas the NASDAQ 100 returning about 13%, and the S&P up 12%. So every once in a while, you'll find the Russell 2000 outperforming.
Yeah, a lot of people are rooting for that index. I guess it hasn't really done that well. People are, looking for that trade to pick back up, and we'll see if it can, especially when we get the earnings results.
Yeah, and of course, with the Fed expected to cut interest rates as well this year by at least 2 times, at least that's according to what traders are betting on. These small cap companies are more sensitive to rate cuts because they're more heavily indebted. They do rely on loans a lot more than the big cap companies.
Yeah, that the Fed easing has definitely been a boon for these companies. I also want to point out some interesting data from Deutsche Bank. They said that positioning in mega cap growth and tech actually drifted lower, while small cap exposure is now the highest in almost a year. So really, anywhere you look, there are signs that this is picking up.
Okay, so it feels, I don't want to say crowded trade, but it feels like something where very much the default is let's wait to see if this pans out, because we've been here so many times before.
We'll see if it's a trade or an investment for this year.
There you go. So far, it is a trade. All right, we're looking at financials as the worst performers, at least right now, on the day that big banks began reporting earnings. The financials group is off by 1.7% in a market where the S&P 500 is down just 0.2%. Energy stocks, the best performers, gaining 1.6%. Consumer staples also up by 0.5%. A mixed market overall. From New York, this is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fool and Alexandra Semenova on Bloomberg Radio. Keep it right here.
Thank you. Yeah, bro, do you guys want to do it? You want mobility? You want to do a workout challenge? It's free. Derek already got the guys from the last farm meetup. They're all going to be doing like a workout thing. How many weeks is it? Derek set up like a 4 or 8 week thing. Free 99. Food, sleep, and working out. I think we should we do it? I don't know. I feel like that's a very New Year's thing. You know, I don't like New Year's resolutions, but I'd be down. Whoever has the biggest gains, we'll give you something. We'll give you a prize. But yeah, if you want to, I'm kind of, because I don't have like a mobility day. I have a bunch of stretches. He has his own. And then like, I don't know. You have to get moving, bro. And then you got to sleep and you need water. Like actually, no, I don't know if y'all down. I think some of y'all, I feel like before you start taking peptides, have y'all heard of GLP water? Yo, GLP sleep is cool. Biozem sleep, oh yeah, bro, it hits. All right, Nvidia's ripping now again. I think we're bottomed off of that shit, man. Hi. Every time. Visa, MasterCard, they could be there. I mean, I like financials if I didn't have other financial exposure, but they're still kind of up there. So in a world of the other cheaper value plays, I'd probably opt towards something a little lower. I want it long term. Where is Intel? You down for a workout challenge? All right, well, I'll see when Derek. I see Cody. It's like Chad 90X. He sent me something the other day. I didn't get to see all of it. Let me see. Yeah, so there's 8 of them. 8 of them so far. Between now, 90 days. Between now and summer. Is that now in summer? Do you guys want to do it? Let me see. So prep phase for January. Phase 1. Mostly body weight, at-home skills. And then mostly body weight, and then hypertrophy. I thought, oh, you're not going to do food? I know he's going to do a couple, like, yeah, dynamic movement, hip stability, shoulder stability, upper body, lower body. And then I know, then the basic, you need 8 hours of sleep a day, the 4 pillars, 6 bottles of water a day, 5 to 10 minutes of sunlight, and some sort of dynamic movement. So there you go. You're in. 12 weeks? That's it? That's not, is that not, wait a minute. 90 days is 12 weeks. You confusing me with a quarter. So yeah, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll send it to him if you guys are down. How are you gonna, I don't want to make it a competition, but I do want to reward some people because I do think it'd be good, man. You're down? It's free. I mean, shit, it's not gonna cost you anything. That's it. Except if you do like start it and quit it though, I'm gonna make fun of you. So I don't know, man. If you're not ready for that, then maybe don't email me. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna have Derek tell me. He'll be like, yeah, he did it for 3 days and then quit. He got mad. He only stopped at 5 water bottles. So by next quarter, by really technically quarter 1, because this is Q4 earnings if you for most companies. Again, those memory and SanDisk type beat companies are going up. Yeah, you're right at VWAP. We kind of bottomed out on that news. Oil's still up, but remember, I mean, today wasn't bad with the inflation stuff. NASDAQ's only down by 0.02. We're kind of chilling. Chad Zempic, it might work, but like I know it's gonna happen though. Somebody gonna do it and then like get really good gains, and then you're gonna get obsessed with it and then start taking steroids. I don't know if y'all know that happens. How do you think most people get there? You think they're like, oh, I hate this. They're like, I love this. I didn't know I could do this. And then yeah, before you know it, you just be fucking, now you know how to mix needles, fucking flick the needle. I'm like, who taught you that? (5 to 10 minutes of sunlight seems way too low. No, man. I think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, but I think it's just like these are basic pillars, and if you like uphold them consistently, you really don't have to do a lot. Like I'm making my jokes about moving all the time, but if you do like get in the habit of it, it's all about just doing it like consistently. Because as long as I've known Derek, he has been in very, very good shape. And it's just all about once you get a good setup and habit, I mean, you're more likely than not just gonna, it's little things compound. That's word to the law term, so I don't think it's too overbearing. And it's more about like introducing it to your body and habits, and then it'll compound. So, you do that every day for 12 weeks or every other day. You build that consistency, you're not going to I don't think it's not that much. Are you going to do anything with food, or are you going to leave that out? Because I didn't do food stuff till later, because food is hard. Changing your fucking diet is so difficult. It's easier once you're like in shape and like you're, working out a little bit. You're going to get tired and want some food and all that. But yeah, man. I think you could do this from home. I think he's going to go right. Is this at home, or are you going to be doing it at the farm? Either or. You guys could use the farm if you want, or you can, I think you could do this at home. I think it's just about following up with the schedule. Sock sale. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, just send me your email and phone number. I'm gonna just forward it to Derek, and then that's all you guys. And then spies are ripping a little bit. Just chips, actually. A lot of the chip names are waking up right now. There'll be body weight options. Oh, BAP. I thought that said TAP. A couple of biotechs, and again, in 15, 17 minutes, you got KYMR, BSX, Tech, Nouveau, VTRS. And Intel. Again, remember, this 47 level leads into the 50. Again, it hasn't been at 50 in years. I guess 2024. I guess that's 2 years. But yeah, you're past the 47. The next stop is 49.90 and then 51. And then if we get above 51, you could go as high as 57. But we'll have to see. All right. Well, dude, you literally bottomed out on that Nvidia news. Kind of funny. And then China was already ripping, and then some got a little bit of a bid. Can you use your home gym? Yeah. Or body. I think the first couple weeks is body weight. But I think you are going to transition into like working out. But he said body weight options. I just kind of skimmed through it. He sent it to me earlier, and I looked at it, but I didn't know. So he has 8 chads already from the meetup. They're going to all do it. It's good though. I saw some of them. He sent me some of the other workouts. They're good. They're little. Some of them are the ones that I do, but I do think it's just literally building the schedule. He calls them the pillars. I think it is. I think it's true. You need sleep, water, basic movement, and activity, and you're gonna really be golden. And then for those of you not doing it, I'll set up a spread in the line so you could bet on the chads. Like, do you think he will complete the challenge? Do you think he'll make it to week 12? I hate burpees, actually. Remember, we tried those before. They're terrible. Very good, though. They will get your heart rate up. I hate them. Tech, yeah, accent on the high right now. Just started. Bro, hip mobility is very humbling. Yeah, Nvidia is going up too, Habibi. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad. I have done Pilates, yeah. I done Pilates with my girl, but like I stopped. I told her I stopped. Like if I go with her to do it, I book out the whole fucking place now. It's not that expensive, but I'm like, I'm not doing it with a bunch of fucking chicks, because then I feel like awkward. Because like I just look at people to see who's doing what, but then it's just girls everywhere. And I'm like, I'm not gonna get reported. And then they laugh at me. You know that? They fucking laugh. It was a humiliation ritual the first time, and then I said I'm not doing it like that no more. But yeah, it's very hard. It's especially that gets you the mobility in the quads. You get the shakes. It's good. Chase the shake. Chase the shake. It's okay to be gay. Oh, that'd be man, I fuck with Pilates though. I do. It's very, very good, but I have not made it part of my routine. Any advice for staying motivated? Your drive needs to be studied? No, man. Just be consistent, little by little. Small, good decisions. Telling you. You're overthinking it, man. You want to work out? Do it. Email me. You're going to do it, Maddie. That's all you got to do is do it, little by little. Don't even overthink it. Everything is a habit. Even waking up is a habit. All you got to do. Palant, Amat, Nivda. All right, man. I think we're back. Isn't this like the lower end? Yeah, this is like right around where CPI started. The peach every day, baby. Amen. A little by little. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do, little by little. You're confused with the market right now. Honestly, not much has happened. So to start off this year, bro, nothing has it's like a weird hangover from last year. We're expecting a lot of tailwinds from policy, and then you're going to get a lot of drama from the midterms, but nothing has really changed too much. Like commodities, critical minerals, some of the major themes from last year are still in play. I would just argue it's a slow start. I mean, there's a couple of names we added to the long term at the end of last year, but it's not crazy. Like nothing has really taken off just yet. Even fucking Intel's not new. The chips, AI is still 50-50. It's not like they've done anything crazy. I mean, memory stocks, that was kind of an older, new theme. We were talking about that last year. You should have been aware, or everybody in the market was talking about it. And then now, yeah, we're here. So it's not anything crazy. But it's just slow. It's a real hangover right now. But once we start getting policy, if we get the bonds or the dollar, but mainly the dollar moving, come back and check in. And then I'm sure we could get you a lot more clarity. But for now, it's really just a delayed start, I would argue. For comp sci graduates, I'm cooked. You can't find a job. Just graduate. Vibe card, dude. A little Claude, dude. A little vibe card, dude. That's what I tell you, dude. But nah, man. Yeah, I think internships is a good way to start. But you got to apply or talk to people. I mean, some of the best ways, if you could be annoying, you'd be surprised if you just hit people up. But, I mean, I don't know you. It's just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know your personality. And it all just really depends on kind of how you put yourself out there. But, play around with some stuff. I'm a big fan of making businesses, but, yeah. 12,000 Iranian. They said 2,000, but that's why you saw the oil move up, and Trump did kind of clarify his position on it today. So that is part of today, but I don't know how much. And then again, that leads into China, because again, you sanction Iran, you're pretty much targeting China. The SCOTUS ruling a risk? Yes and no. I mean, Trump did say that they're screwed. We might get the answer tomorrow. Still not a guaranteed, and we might even get to what's it called? The June decision, but I don't know. I didn't like Trump's comment on it the other day, but generally I think the market will brush it off. Might give you a little bit of fresh noise. That's what we're looking for. You know, homie's asking what's going on this year, but we don't have fresh noise. I mean, so in a weird way, it sounds bad, but if you got fresh noise, it'd be good. Tell that kid Reviture. What's Reviture? Tell you, give me some more. Give me some more to share with the chat. Code camps for government? Oh, no way. Yeah, well, there you go. Look at, I don't know about that. That's a I'm assuming another fellow comp sci grad or someone with a career in it telling you. Yeah, why don't you look into some of the government jobs? A-Lab, Spy, NVIDIA. All right, man, we're getting back up to the open. You're actually getting back to where the first Iranian oil comment. That's where, again, remember you got that big red in the morning? And then we started dumping from there. And this time it's getting led by tech. Tech is, NASDAQ's up by a quarter. Let me get you the breakdown. Remember, it's a rotation, so Staples actually rotated first. And they're actually chilled out, haven't done much. NASDAQ, you got 45 green, 57 in the red. That got a little better. It was at 70 at one point. Ooh, excuse me. 18 red, 12 in the green on the Dow. And then SPY 196 green, 306 in the red. So like 20, 30 names on the SPY actually went red. So I think this is more tech. You're unwinding a little of the rotation and going back to tech. And then where's oil? Oil's not chilled out yet. So again, some of that Iran stuff is on the back burner. Gold and silver came back a little bit. I don't know. Adobe had a downgrade this morning, but then it was one of the weaker software names, as a couple of other software names were ripping. And then you still got the biotech stuff. It's 11:53. So again, 12 p.m. you got these ones. Like I'm telling you, Kimmer, BSX, Tech, Nuval. We just saw ZBH moved, and then Illumina kind of moved. But yeah, 12, and then an hour later, you'll have another set. But if you want to keep these on watch just in case, I would do that now. Do not go to Reviture? Well, y'all need to fucking add some explanations, motherfucker. Okay? And then it is the internet. One person gonna say, do this, don't do this, do this. Just get a long term. But yeah, man, y'all need explanations. Ford announcement expected today. Caroline Leavitt announcement on increasing jobs in gas tracks. Ford is popping off that. So you're getting a move. What price is Ford at? Again, these autos have all kind of been up. But yeah, Ford got a stick on that. I don't know if it's going to have follow through. There's a couple cheap ones, but they already raised the ask. One of them hasn't moved. I'll leave it for you. You know, I'll leave it for you, Chad. There's one that hasn't moved if you really want it. I wouldn't go too big. I don't know if it's going to have follow through. And Ford doesn't move a lot. I want it long trade. And then Bryce, a lot of chips, dude. B-Bio, that was yesterday, right? Or was that today? No, that was yesterday. Or was that one? Oh, after hours. Did any of you see any of the after hours biotechs? I didn't follow up on those. It's survival of the fittest. Gets you a job if you survive. Did that after college. Certainly paid a dividend for me. Yeah, I mean, other homies said not why, but if you could get like RTX, LMT jobs through that, that's fucking fire. I know a lot of San Diego jobs are either biotech or military. We have NOC down here. I think we have L3 Harris in San Diego too. I know a lot of people in San Diego that work for Northrop, but I don't know if they're doing computer science, but I'm sure that every firm needs that. You've heard horrible things. Once you're complete, they could relocate you anywhere in the country and start you at 50 to 65K salary. I mean, shit. I don't know. It's either that or fucking unemployment. But then again, if Do they reward you if you do good? I'm all about that. Oh yeah, Qualcomm. Qualcomm owns the fucking city, dog. Like down in Sorrento Valley is all fucking Qualcomm. Why don't you look into that? What city are you in? That's another thing too. If you're in a certain city, I would look for one of those like bigger markets. Like I'm saying, San Diego is biotech, defense, and Qualcomm. You could get bought out of your contract if you perform. I mean, shit. If the option was struggle with no job and, you know, feel like it's useless, or, you know, get something that'll get you in the door, I take knocking the door down any day. I know XOM did the oil stuff popped it up, but I am surprised XOM didn't really lag on any of that. The current long term, I'm down. We could do it a little later. We kind of went over it earlier. I was going through what we owned, but what do you got in yours? So are you starting out, or how many years do you have? Are you got a consistent deposit? Better yet, or is it separated? Make sure it's not a combined trade and long term, man. That's what we really got to do. Yeah, I got the Ford news not too long ago. It popped it. Pop. It been me and long term off the rip. You make parts for Northrop? Damn, that actually one went up. Oh shit, that one that I left you went up 100%, motherfucker. Nice. Well, GG's. 50 on the bid, but 100 on the ask. I think it's gonna go for 100 soon. They're matched up though with the other one. The bids are exactly the same. Those Ford options are hella weird too. Apple kind of chilled. Wait till Microsoft picks up. Again, they're going to be at the White House tomorrow, but they got kind of clapped with that utility stuff this morning. EU foreign arm has summoned Iranian ambassador. That was old. Viasat. Yeah, Meta didn't do good. It was weird that Warby went up on the fucking tripling the demand numbers for the glasses. I didn't really expect that. I mean, AMD now on the high ticker, kind of breaking out. Doesn't look like news, but breaking out from the earlier high. Accent's still going too. Danik called it out. But yeah, it's balanced, high-low ticker. That ZBH from the press conference or the JP Morgan thing is still going lower. Wouldn't Google be paying them? I don't know the full terms of it. I think Google benefited off of it more though. Because I don't know if I think it's the other way around. I think Apple is paying Google. Because Google ripped off of that, and then it's, you know, remember, Gemini's been very, very good. And I don't think Siri is, you know, I think Siri a little slow, you know? A little dumb. PG or GIS. I think Procter & Gamble, I love that company. I think they have a way more active portfolio of brands. But then GIS is like temporarily right now at a better deal. You're getting it cheaper, higher dividend, but then it's, you know, they're very different. But both of them should be around. I don't think cereal's going away. But then I also think toothpaste, you know what I'm saying? You eat too much sugary cereal, you got to brush them teeth. So I like both of them. I don't think, again, as long as you're down to keep building around it and you're going to scale into it, I think either or would really work, to be honest. Not a recommendation. But yeah, a lot of the chips are broadening out. Again, we're just back up to the first oil sell level. Happened a couple minutes ago. It's still kind of moving slow, but tech is really going, though. I mean, you got a couple extra points off of that. XAIR. What's this? Beyond Air. It's up 190. So good luck with that. I think a lot of the whole RFK clapping stuff is already priced into it. Remember, even like Pepsi and everything else. Why did homeboy told me about my balding hair when I told him about the 15-year-olds are 20 now? I don't know. What do you guys think? I was thinking about this the other day. You know how they have like look maxing? I'm thinking I want to do like hairline receding maxing. That's because that's what I've been kind of working on. So I don't know. I think I want to be the poster child of hairline recede maxing. You know, I'm gonna specifically try to pull off the receding hairline style and balding. I don't know if I think Andrew Tate maybe had the balding down, but I want to do the hair on the sides, and then the hairline recede max. I've never heard of it. That's why I think very unique, and I think there's a market out there. You know, I think the receding hairlines need more support. You know, they acting dumb. They trying to play us, bro. Nat gas numbers, oil production numbers, all coming out now. 13.4 million barrels in January versus 13.5. Average 13.3 million in February. Reddit's going up again. That was ripping. Where's Roblo? Roblo. Hymns. They haven't been doing too hot. I know they're up, but I mean, it's still up from 2024, but last year, depending on when. Most people only ask me about it when it's fucking high as shit. But yeah. I don't know though. You know they're selling the fucking GLP-1 pills on Amazon? So you could buy those Ozempic pills off Amazon now. That I think is crazy. Yeah, bald maxing. Maybe that's a good way to put it. Yeah, you get a long term, and then you style your balding. You know, the goal is to become bald. Bald maxing. Are you guys down? Well, listen, though. First, maybe we should get y'all on the damn fitness first, but yeah.
Mr. 305.
Was that your favorite bald guy? Dog, but do you realize like Mr. 305 is like a classic song now? Like you realize that? Like there's a generation of people out there, like you bring up Pitbull. That's like a song, that's like 20 years ago, man. Pitbull's like 15 years ago. Do you realize club going up on a Tuesday is 10 years old? Do you understand? That would be like being in the 2000s playing a 1990s song. Do you get that? So I'd argue like, yeah, I think you got some Mr. Worldwide like 15 years old, bro. I don't know. I haven't followed up with Mr. Worldwide in a while. Pitbull to some. That's what somebody said. They're like, nowadays, you could just like quote old Pitbull or like old DJ Khaled to like some of these young guys, and they'll think you're a fucking prophet. You're like, any day above ground is a good day. They'll be like, damn, that's true, man. That's true. You're right. Wow, where'd you come up with that?
Mr. 305.
So that's kind of the cool part. They don't really know. Yeah, so you got some good wisdom in there. With the widest underperformance versus the Russell since November 24. Hot dog. But then didn't the Russell top out after that? But yeah, this year to date so far, I mean, it's only been 2 weeks, but the Russell is the leader. This solid state batteries at CES? No. What is it? I'm like kind of familiar, but I don't know what makes it so revolutionary. Does it have lithium or no? What do you need to make it? City opens 90-day upside catalyst on rubric. AMD just keeps ripping. I mean, ever since that Nvidia news, bro, you had one candle and then rip, and then everything bottomed out. I mean, this just goes to show again. Don't forget, Nvidia controls a lot of the SPY, bro. Nvidia controls a lot of the SPY. I should quote some Lil Wayne to them. What? No ceilings, mother. Good morning. In your mouth while you yawning. I'm gone. I don't think it. There is some good ones though, bro. There is some good Lil Wayne though. My favorite one. Lord, protect me from my friends. I can take care of my enemies. So the Lil Wayne goes both ways, bro. You could quote some Lil Wayne and it'll sound very prophetic. Other ones, you're like, what did you just say to me? What in my mouth while I'm yawning? What? Good morning? What? How is that a good morning? Why? Were we all singing along with that? I'm confused. This is crazy. Trump cancels all meetings with Iran. Oh, is that earlier? I think that was from the morning one. That's where this drop came from. So, I mean, it's not, I don't know where you're getting that from, but sometimes a lot of people do reiterate at the same exact spot where that comes out. But yeah, that was from the morning. The battery, it's made from solid silver. Is that why silver is going up? Now we're going to use it in batteries even more? Ay, ay, ay. That's why silver is fascinating. All the things it's used for. I do think the energy one is still the most important. Because again, if you want some high energy demand and you want it fast, call JG Silver, 877 SLV. But no, yeah, solar panels in silver. Netflix earnings, probably not, but if the premiums are right. Like I said, this year, it's just a lot of things are very slow. Like we're still kind of, maybe earnings season might wake it up. I think last year, I want to say 67% of gains came from earnings. So like that's what really got stocks moving and having follow through. So, you know, I'll look and we'll see, but we are looking for either policy, dollar, something to get us moving, and maybe earnings is that. So we'll find out. $12,000. That's crazy. Where are these numbers coming from? You guys realize in the last, 4 hours? Mother effers said 500 people dead in Iran, and they said 2,000, and now people are reporting 12,000. So yeah, I mean, ideally, or not, I don't know if that's the key word, but if there's more people that have died, this is going to turn into a big issue. But I don't think there's any way to verify that. Okay, I don't know if this is going to just be the chips or not. Intel's coming up again. Banks are still washed. A lot of silver. Where is it? Silver's actually doing good. Gold is the one that chilled out a little bit. And that's what I'm talking about, like geopolitics. Silver's up 4. Gold is up 0.5%. BHF, isn't that? Well, I always confuse that one with Brown Foreman. They say 15,000 dead. That's crazy, man. Very sad. It's a pretty crazy revolution. I'm telling you, I was telling you guys last week, it was weird that people weren't talking about it. And that's what I was saying. Even yesterday, I was a little confused on Donald Trump's stance, but hearing him today, I think it's a lot better. Obviously, you don't want to engage in another conflict and get dragged in this stuff, but for the people of Iran, man, when was the last time they have ever fought back against the regime like this? Because this is women. It's crazy. This is women that are literally like standing up to the whole entire regime, and they are. I saw one lady. She was saying it. She was like, "What are you gonna do? Throw me in prison? I've been in prison for 50 years here. You can't it's like." And obviously, she wasn't in prison. It's just that's the way of life. So, I'm telling you, I was talking to my mom about it. Even my mom said she would have never expected anything of this nature. It kind of came in overnight. It was weird how many people are. A lot of people are still quiet about it because you don't want to run the risk of offending people. It's not politics as much as it is politically correct, because you've got to ask yourself what they are standing up against. A lot of people don't want to have that conversation, but as a real pure feminist, I do agree that I think they're doing a good thing. So I would love to. I hope it ends up well, but I am scared for the fact, like, again, when you start hearing these death numbers, it's like, if nothing changes, Iran is probably going to kill a lot of people. It's very, very sad. But it's also like, dude, never seen anything like this. It's different. We've seen a lot of this Iran stuff. I don't know. Remember I was explaining to you guys the Iranian Revolution last year? And we had some other stuff that was Israel, Iran, the battle stuff. But, like, literally the women in Iran, like, revolting, is that one. You haven't seen that. Silver at 90. That's not too bad. Shanghai silver was above the hundreds not too long ago. I know, is the internet still down? I know Elon said he's turning it on, or Starlink, but I think they still have a blackout. And why you yawn? Oh God, why did I have to sing that? Lanta, why you got at me? They were going door to door looking for Starlinks? That's crazy. Because isn't that the thing that sucked? Because, like, don't you need it? You still need the damn hardware. So unless someone's dropping off a bunch of these satellites. They have Twitter in Iran? Because even last time I showed you in the beginning, there was like a couple of videos, but then it was like the same exact ones. Wait, what is this? Bill and Hillary made a letter? That's crazy. I didn't read the Bill and Hillary letter. Oh, maybe check this Snap Map. Because they use Snapchat out there. Yeah, I don't. It's Iran. Oh yeah, there's a lot more pictures. Fuck. But dude, there was like videos, but then I haven't seen the videos anymore. Yeah, I don't see any of them. Airdrop the hardware? Dude, is that what they're doing? It's kind of sketch. But I hope, man, I would like to see a reaction. I don't want to see a global world war again. You know, I feel like even though we keep talking on this stuff, it's not 2022 to 2024. Even a little bit last year with some of the Israel stuff, it was kind of contentious. I don't know if that's the word. And then SPY's coming down again. I don't know if we're going to play this oil game or not. Yeah. Well, oil's still holding up, but SPY hit the point of the oil news in the morning, and then now coming back down. A lot of that was tech, chips, NASDAQ. Russell went green, and then SPY, Equator lagging. Might keep NVIDIA up. Where's Bidunius and Baba? All right, what time is it? 9:18. A little bit ahead of push-ups. You guys want to do push-ups early? I'm surprised. I sent some to you, Derek. I think it was like 8 of you guys already. So we got 8 more people. So now you have just under. How many people can you handle, Derek? You're gonna have 20 chads. We can start ranking them, and then we'll make our bets. We're not gonna do that, but I do want to. But yeah, I need to go to the bathroom. We can begin some push-ups here too. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. The Jesus song is Swimwear by Uncle Answers. Here you go. I'll be right back. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Oh yeah, Intel on the high of 52. Good timing, Intel. Good time. Jesus. I'll put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision, isn't it? Hey. Oh man. Chadadonia. In due time. That one's on SoundCloud for you. You know, I don't even understand. That means I feel like even Uncle really old to some of y'all now that I think about it. Y'all were fucking 15 in 2020. That's my mind is blown, dog. Very excited for some of y'all though. But I do think we need to highlight more and more that, you know, this long-term building, bro, it happened at a very weird moment. And, you know, there was a time where the market just fucking plummeted and we did nothing for like 2 years, a year and a half. You know what I'm saying? And this was very modern if you think about it. So I really hope you guys, whatever you think you're lacking, understanding, opportunity, I assure you that you are not. You know what I'm saying? I assure you that you are not, and I would encourage you to get it started. You guys might have to go listen to all of Uncle. You got some lessons in there, but yeah, he's even old. He was old. He was older than me. So, yeah, what about me, Josh? I'm young. 80's the new 40. Remember? We had to build a long term. Biden was telling 80's the 20. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Sure, that's what I'm talking about. Oh. Woo! About to sneeze again. Dude, what the... Man, I'm doing home gym for this next week, man. I'll be sneezing. I'm the sharpest I've ever been. I can stand on my feet. Watch this. Watch. Oh, I'm doing a flamingo. Oh, do a push-up. Yeah, Shepard, we should do a push-up right now. Yeah. Come on, good. Good. I hate it, bro. I hate it. I hate to admit it. I miss Biden a little bit. He destroyed a lot of things. It's terrible. But we don't have to talk about that. But like, he was kind of cute. Like, you see, in like a very destructive way where it comes with a lot of consequences and very, very crazy behavior. And I think it fucked up a lot of people's psyches and how to even interpret the current times. But that's not what I'm just saying, like, that was a fun time. You know, I've learned to laugh my way out of it. And then again, we walked away just compounding the shit out the long term. So, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter who the president is. That's what I told my sister at the beginning of the year. My sister last year, she was trying to sell her long term because of Donald Trump. And I reminded her that your long term is forever. Presidents are temporary, okay? So keep that in mind, you guys. Keep that in mind. Your first kid was born in 2020? That's crazy. So when he get old, he'll be like, I'm from the 20s. Yeah. But then again, you guys born in like the 80s, you'll be like a 1880s motherfucker. That's crazy too. Like, so think about it. It's all wild. The 90s, you'll be a 1890s motherfucker. Oh. Man, well, God willing. God willing. He is a sane man who could have tragedy in his heart and comedy in his head. Amen, brother. GK? Oh, I love GK. He's a good one, bro. He's a good one. I mean, people said stuff. I was one of them, but they didn't really like you for it. And it was a weird time, bro. It was a very... Probably that was a learning lesson in life. I didn't really, I always, because again, I mean, some of you guys you were young. I don't think people like, there was a time where we used to have, you know, political discourse and conversations on markets and politics in a much more civilized manner. Even then, y'all should have seen George W. How old were you guys during I was young during George W. Bush. I was pretty young during W. Bush. Exactly. Longhorns. Thank you. Were you 5, 6, 7? 6, 7. Uh-oh. Watch out. But yeah, I remember that. But like, even then, like, George Bush was a fucking idiot. And everybody was like, chill. But then again, come to find out, even George Bush was a fucking Democrat. So yeah, but it just, I don't know, man. It was just different. Your first kid coming in August. Wow. Long term. Sounds like a long term on the way too. Congratulations, man. There you go. Are you gonna homeschool them or are you gonna teach them? I heard somebody say, is homeschool a privilege? So apparently if you're homeschooled, you're privileged. Because I guess it means you need somebody to be at home to teach you, but then doesn't daycare cost $100,000 a month anyways? Isn't it like $10 million a year for daycare nowadays? Something like that. I don't know. Inflation. Bro, is silver going up again? And we're chilling at VWAP here, man. And we're kind of in the middle of the day. You, Connie? You're having a kid? Wow. Long term. That's another one. Congratulations. Are you going to homeschool them or are you going to send them off to private school or the public school? You pay for the homeschool curriculum? I wouldn't even charge y'all, bro. I say if I have kids, I'm going to homeschool them. That is my plan. So that way, and then I'll live stream it. Because then there's no way, like, I'm like, all right, fuck, if you guys don't want me to leave and I'll be live and I have a kid, I'm going to just fucking homeschool the damn kid on the live. And then that way, it'll all be California compliant. And then the little kid will get fucking homeschool without cutting his dick off. And then we'll be able to actually, at least it'll be compliant, okay? And then we get long terms. But otherwise, fuck that, man. Or Texas. You know that my sister's kids, the ones from Texas, they are so polite. I was very impressed. So I don't know. Maybe we could take them to Texas. Texas, Tejas. Oh, I'm homeschooling. I wouldn't. That's it. I'm just afraid that the kids will end up a little weird. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I went to public school. I was weird as fuck. Who do you mean? I was playing Halo and video games. I was buying Bitcoins and shit. Like, what the fuck happened to me? And then they started showing me marijuana and all these other things. So, but I don't know, man. Maybe we take him out there. I don't know. Maybe we'll have I'll take him to a fucking park or something. Get him a puppy. I don't know. I don't know if that actually helped. I think that's terrible, actually. Public school, social mosh pit. Yeah, I'm a private school kid, though. I'm a private school, or public school baby. Excuse me. I didn't get to do the private schools. I think my parents took me to a Christian school in kindergarten, and then I got in trouble for saying hi to the principal. And then my mom was like, this isn't going to work. And then she threw me to the wolves. But, she beat the fuck out of me and gave me Jesus. That was enough. It didn't work for my sister, but you know what I'm saying? It worked. Homeschool is a right, not a privilege. It's hard raising your kids. On top of that, they can't handle raising their own. That's what's wrong with society. Well, I mean, I don't know. I love the teachers, and I think it's good. Like there are some good schools out there, like even good public schools, but it's just crazy though. Like low key, like in the last 5 years, I've seen a lot of political indoctrination in public school, even private schools. That's the crazy part. Even if you send them to a private school, I don't think it's gonna really save you in the same way. And then I don't know. I think a lot of the newer parents, they like to ignore their kids. But then again, I feel like every generation ignores their kids. Hence why every next generation is a little more fucked up. So yeah, man. Your kids are $3,500 a share monthly. So you see, you just call them a share? I feel, but I still think though, like, I got a farm, motherfucker. I'm gonna make them start planting shit. I'll say, you want to homeschool? Today we learning turnips and turnips and garlic, and then you put them to work. I grew up in San Diego before it got nice. So, you know what I'm saying? See, I can't believe San Diego. Oh, you're dumping again. A little mini red. Oil's not going up. Gold ain't going up. I don't see if it's chips or not, but you got a little bit of a chicle. It hasn't developed fully yet. Where are we at? Do we got a little Truth Social or what? At this point, everything's been driven by these little Trump headlines so far today, or anything with the war, but I'm not seeing anything. Not yet. Not even a cross-asset move, so keep your eyes out for it, though. China, they're reiterating the China shit. That's not it. I put the long time on that beat so I could listen to it. Honestly, I might have been a dud, but Bonds got a bid. So just eyes up, brothers. Eyes up. Texas. And Vex. No, there's not even a Truth Social. Is Trump going live? Is this the Reuters front run? You think the metric for who's weird has shifted? I feel, man. Yeah, bro. That was honestly a dud. Hey, that was Allegiant is at the meeting. So again, that's the 12 o'clock. 30 minutes later, 12:45. Here's your next set. You've been getting one. At least one of them on every little time block has actually made a little move. If you want to front run a catalyst, but again, you're pretty much guessing. U.S. says Greenland action could come within weeks or months. That could have been it, but yeah, I don't know if nothing followed through. Again, no cross asset except for bonds, but didn't really track with that. I saw a reiteration of the NVIDIA news, but remember that was an hour ago, and then you dipped and then ripped, and then that got us back to the level, and then people started literally as we hit the Iran level, everybody started talking about Iran, the deaths, and then they reiterated that one too. But really, not much has kind of happened. Sermal had a pop and drop right now, then that could be related to that Greenland article. Yeah. Do all the peptides like GLP-1 increase size of tumors? No. No. I don't know, but that was just the other one, the BPC one. People have talked about that just because of what it does. That's why it's good for recovery, because it helps your muscles recover, but that same process and like the same ingredient also could increase the tumors. But no, like GLP-1s, like the diabetes ones, Ozempic, they operate differently. There's a bunch of peptides too, might I add. So make sure you look into all of them, but I'm too scared to fucking do any of them. I tried the spray one. I need to get another one. I only did it for a month, but it wasn't, I haven't noticed too much, but I kind of did. I feel like it changed a couple of things, but yeah, I got to stick with it. I see the USA Today one now, and then the AstraZeneca headlines too. When does Trump come? 9:30. Did you guys move around? I got to do another set of mobility, man. So are you guys going to, I think we do like a couple more, man. Give me like 2 or 3 more people if you want to do the 90-day challenge. Derek is going to coach y'all. It's free. He wants to try it. He sent me something, so I'm down. And literally, I think 10 of you already got on it. Email me tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And then too, if you like I made one of you do it. You're like, Josh, I need to do something. I can't. My drive, my mental, motherfucker, email me. Okay? And that's it. You're going to do it, even if you didn't even want to get in shape. You just got to do something every day, small and consistent, and your whole entire life is going to change. That's even word to the long term, bro. But please, get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Let's go, baby. You've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, please. Please, my friend, please. And that's it, man. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Relax your eyeballs. Breathe in deeply. Just move around. It'll only take a minute. Where is it? I'm gonna play something in the background. I don't have anything to play you. I guess if you ask questions, I can answer you from the floor as I do my stretches. Woo! Do what Jelly Roll did? Didn't he just take Ozempic? I haven't followed up with Jelly Roll though. It was too tempting to go to Krispy Kreme. Okay, that's a dad joke. That's a dad joke. Forgive me. Forgive me. Oh. Ooh. Consistency is the goal, bro. It really is. Yeah, 90-day challenge, bro. Here, I'm explaining it as I'm stretching. But Derek is, I already sent him 10 of them today. He had 8 people from the last meetup, and he set up like a 90-day fitness. It's like 4 pillars: sleep, water, daily movement, and then like a workout program. Like body weight and then a little bit of gym, but I don't think you need the gym fully. And it's gonna be 90 days, a week of just setting it up and getting you ready to start moving, and it's not too crazy. But then it's a mix of in shape, or I don't know, can you call it a weight loss challenge? I think it's just a fitness challenge and then setting up your foundation. And if you get that up, bro, it'll just be easy to live. It's just a little, maybe a health challenge is what we'll call it. But yeah, he'd been talking to me about this. He sent me a couple videos over the last couple months. I've seen Derek at the farm a couple times. He's been there a few times last year. So then, yeah, we've been talking about it, and then he sent me one the other day, and I was like, dude, I'm kind of down. I'm doing my hip mobility. Couple more.
Time for Josh Brown's best stocks in the market.
Yeah,
our spotlight is on a very nicely performing materials sector and 3 names within it. What do you got?
Yeah, so it was kind of cool to see these names pop up. Most of the materials exposure on the best stocks in the market list last year were the gold miners, which obviously we talked about Newmont, we talked about AngloGold Ashanti. They were incredible home runs. Now we're seeing something different. Cement, ready mixed concrete, aggregates, asphalt. You look at Martin Marietta. Let's put this chart up real quick. MLM. Very simply put, these stocks are not heavily owned. This is like one of the blue chips in the space. It's a $40 billion or so market cap. And I use that term blue chip somewhat tongue-in-cheek. But this one and Vulcan Materials, which is VMC, also $40 billion in market cap. Both charts look exactly the same. They look incredible. They are breaking out above those fall highs. Everything seems to be lining up. RSI not yet overbought. They really haven't been discovered yet. The other name.
Yeah, Derek, are you going to be able to handle all this?
CRH is a chart that,
because again, a lot of y'all, I think a lot of people didn't hear it the first time. I probably got another, I don't know, man. That's going to be like 28 people, Derek. I'm excited, actually, but it's a lot of people, Derek. I don't know if you've seen this stream sometimes, man. But I think again, you could do it all from home. I'm really down, bro. I would love to see this.
Equal weight from overweight. So
now I kind of want to do it. I'm already in shape, dog, but I'm down.
So maybe
I just poop a lot.
Jimmy, you own that name. What do you think about
I need hip mobility.
This is a stellar long-term holding. If the downgrade today is because it's run up, that's fine. But I think for those of you who want exposure in this space, this is actually the name to own. And
oh, where'd it go? Why'd they cut it out? All right, man, we'll finish your push-up. Oh, there it is.
They traded a 30
I'm going to go to the
times
bathroom.
forward
We'll even have
multiple,
Philo in a
CRH is
little
20.
bit,
Now, here's
but
where it gets more
email me,
interesting.
tradingforturning@gmail.com. It's free, you guys. It's free. And I don't know. I do want to give a prize to somebody, but like I think everybody who's reached out so far, I think y'all just been listening to RFK or something, because y'all, I think a lot of people today, you're like, I want to change. I want to do it. But it's easy. I'm going to read you what he sent me earlier. Where is it?
You can look it up. 1, 3, 5,
Derek.
10 years, it's crushed the S&P.
So yeah, 4 pillars.
You own gold?
4 pillars. First week is about building the foundation. 4 daily pillars: sleep, water, sunlight, movement, dynamic movement, hip stability, shoulder stability. Then the skills and confidence, phase 1, mostly body weight at home. Then the getting lean, and then the actual phase 3. And again, in 12 weeks, 90 days. Not 12 weeks. Wait, no, 12 weeks, 3 months. Start to finish.
That trade seems like the right.
Again, not anything crazy.
Silver is the trade right now, because silver.
So yeah, tradingforturning@gmail.com. It's already kind of getting a little crazy, but I'm just forwarding it to. Put your phone number in there or whatever, and I'm just going to forward the email to Derek. I'm not even going to respond. I'm just going to forward it to Derek. And then, I don't know, yeah, you got to make something, though, Derek, so that I want to see it. We got to, like, track it. This will be fun. Let's go, baby. All right, I'll be right back. Finish your push-ups.
That I do. That's very
platinum. True. I was going to say platinum, too. All right, we'll take a break. Santoli's on the other side.
Santoli's on the other side.
For the hour, Charlie Pellet on the markets, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, as we welcome our global television audience to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Thank you for being with us. It's great to have you on Bloomberg Radio, streaming live on YouTube right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. We're always there, live on Bloomberg Originals on your YouTube TV. Interesting, while Charlie was talking stocks, I always kind of dial around while he's talking and take a look at the terminal, take a look at some of the charts here. ExxonMobil, you see this? We're back to an all-time high here, above $126 after that little swoon when Donald Trump said that Exxon might not be invited to the party in Venezuela. Turns out uninvestable is investable when it comes to this stock. XOM topping $126. Bill Clinton was a no-show today. Did you hear about this? The Oversight Committee. We're writing about it here on the terminal. Clinton defies House GOP subpoena in clash over Epstein probe. Whoa, we haven't said the name Epstein in a long time, have we? There's been so much with Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, Iran. Former President Clinton defying a House Republican committee subpoena by failing to appear at a deposition today. Nobody really thought he was going to walk in the door, did you? And instead wrote a letter. Now, this is interesting. Most folks expected the no-show. We didn't expect the follow. There you see it on YouTube here. This is a multi-pager. As House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer threatens Clinton with a contempt prosecution, saying his panel will move next week to hold Clinton, yes, in contempt of Congress, adding no one is accusing Clinton of wrongdoing. Well, Bill Clinton goes to Twitter. This is not about right or left, he says. It's about right and wrong. Writing persuasively, every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough, are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences. For us, now is that time. This is where we start our conversation with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Democracy Visiting Fellow, Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. And Maura Gillespie is back, our Republican strategist, founder of Blue Stack Strategies. It's great to see both of you. Jeannie, I guess none of us should be surprised, as I mentioned, that Bill Clinton didn't walk through the door to be harangued by James Comer. But what do you think of the letter, and will he be held in contempt?
Joe, I first have to say that when I did my usual morning round of reading Truth Social, as of course I do, who did I see on my Truth Social post but my very dear friend Joe Matthew? This must be the most balanced show in the world, because one day Jon Stewart, just the other day, then the president.
How about that?
How about that? And what an interview with Roger
I'm just glad you're keeping score, Jeannie. And I'll tell you, when the president posts a video, you know, it's like, oh God, what did I say? The best part of that video is I don't say a single word. And I'm just going to leave that right
But there you are, prominently featured, listening to the senator. You know, I think, of course, whenever we talk about Epstein, the first and most important thing we have to address are the victims who have been waiting a long time for the release of this material. And I think the fact that the material has not been released in complying with the law yet, that is incredibly problematic. I do understand from the DOJ's point of view, it's a lot of material and they are working through it. That is problematic. Likewise, I think you have to comply with subpoenas by Congress, but, and there's a but here, those subpoenas have got to be within the measure of the law. And as I read the letter by the Clintons, that is what they're talking about. There are limits to Congress's really important oversight work. For instance, when they call people in for testimony, that testimony has to be related to a legislative end. His attorneys are saying it is not. And so I think we have to wait for this to play.
Didn't they throw someone in jail for defying one of the subpoenas to go before Congress? And he said the same thing, and then he went to jail for like 2 years. I love you, Bloomberg. You guys are great. They're like, well, did you expect it? Fluff, 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 fluff. Fluffaluffagush. Bloom Energy. Oh, we already had that up. Oh, man. VXUS VTI is a Vanguard. I don't know VXUS, but what type of Vanguard is it? So, yeah, man. International high risk. I mean, how much of his money is in there? But if he's young and could handle it, at the very least, international, it's not really the worst right now. Europe's doing a little bad, but if anything chills out in America, those will do good. So I don't use the Vanguard funds. I don't use that type of stuff. I don't see it as the worst decision. I don't see it as the best. It depends how old he is and how long he's going to run it for. But I would maybe make sure you get a little bit of America in there. But like, I wouldn't be 80% in the international risk right now. But I mean, I would say you could go up to 20%, maybe 30%, depending on if you're young and he's really going to hold it for a long time. He had to have set his allocation. I don't know if he has a financial advisor. Does he have a lot of money, or did he just set the allocation to extremely risky? So that's the other part of it too. Bannon, yeah. Bannon was a little weird. But yeah, I think Bannon got thrown in prison for defying one of those congressional things. All right, I'm going to forward these emails to Derek. Some of you guys are banned, I could just tell. But I'd be down to unban you if you could complete the challenge. But then if you don't, you have to send before pictures. So if you don't complete the challenge and you're banned and you give Derek a hard time, I'm gonna make your before picture my profile picture. Okay? That fair? That sound like a deal? If not, you could back out now before I forward them. You got to maybe attach Derek. You should ask for all of their YouTube links so we could do that. You think I'm fucking around? I'm being dead ass serious. I need a new profile picture. He's 24 and it's a fair amount of money. What about the rest of it? Like, what's the portfolio allocation? Is it like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%? But again, I mean, if you're going to hold the Vanguards till retirement, it should balance out. But again, I just wouldn't be along the lines of, like, I wouldn't put 80% of my money in there. I wouldn't put 80 or 90 in there. You have 20% as a 25-year-old? Yeah, I think that's fine, to be honest with you. I mean, again, if you bought it earlier than later, that's better, but I don't even know where the fucking VXSUS is. I have no idea. You know, think about it. That's what we did with Alibaba. We just did that 2 years ago, and we did it at a much lower price. But you guys remember when I was telling you with Alibaba and Baidu, I said I didn't really like it, but I was like, it's just too cheap. And I said we need to buy it, but then we can't go beyond that. Put 15K. So, like, again, what's the percentage? The dollar amount is one thing, but don't be intimidated by the dollar amount. It all depends on the percentage. So 15,000 of 30,000 is 50%. That's a lot. So yeah, if it's 20%, I just would keep it there, because worst case it goes down 50%, he loses 10%. You see what I'm saying? But then again, if international goes down 50%, the 80% should go up with it, especially if it's a heavily diversified Vanguard portfolio. So, but like I said, I mean, I wouldn't be going more than 20% in that. So it's not the best, it's not the worst, but I mean, I don't see it as too crazy, if that makes sense. But just, he has to make sure, play time to your advantage. That's how you're going to do it. Would you suggest having personal advancements working towards a home? I would. I don't like Vanguard funds. I don't like financial advisors. I don't like any of that shit. If you're going to be lazy and you don't have the time, or you have a gambling problem, you know what I'm saying, and you can't hold money on your own, then yeah, go use all of that. But if you can, if you have the ability to do once a month, monitor it, and you're gonna, again, we gave you a great model portfolio to follow, and you understand high quality, and you're not just trying to invest in the next big thing, then yeah, I think it's much better to do it individually and work towards the home. Even if you have a Vanguard fund, shit, if you ever come across a good home deal, I would definitely utilize that, because like what we said with the farm, and like a lot of you guys have done, is that, the home is a great way to lever safely into it. And right now you got a unique opportunity where there's some deals on the table. It's just you're not going to be flipping these homes in the same way that we were just not too long ago. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. Roth IRAs are great, for even business owners, and then just if you could put dividend stocks in there and let it compound. And then again, a Roth, you don't have to pick like a ETF, or you could select your own stocks and just throw it in a Roth. Senators reintroduced the Trump-backed Credit Card Competition Act. And then Trump Arctic Commission headlines within weeks. Oh, that was the one from USA Today. There's a reiteration on that. Looking at 2 craves, good, baby. And then, like we talked about the other day, you just have a plan. Make sure it's because if the way it's going to backfire for people that I've seen lately is if they think they're going to buy the home, and then they're like, I don't like it, I want to sell it. It's like, no, bro. It's a really big decision. And, because as long as you use the house or have a plan to rent it, and are, you got to think 5-10 years, that's to be safe. It's going to work very well. But, the people who are having trouble are the ones that are buying a house and then 3 months later trying to get out of it. Do I do sports addiction? What do you like, sports gambling? I mean, if you have a dead ass, if you have a sports gambling problem, maybe you shouldn't manage your money. I don't know how to put it, because that's all it's easy. The long term is easy as fuck. That's what I'm saying. It looks like we have extraordinary performance, but we've just done some of the most simplest shits, and you guys have seen it, and it's been right there, just slow and steady. It doesn't require a lot of time, but a lot of people, it's very easy when you have that freedom, the emotions. If it gets out of hand, you could turn an easy thing to something crazy on the downside, and that is what happens to people. So yeah, I would be a little cautious. If you don't have a habit of keeping money, or you can't hold on to money for 1 to 3 months without touching it, I would let somebody else handle it. I don't think you should, though. I don't like that. It's a very big contradiction, because I hate it. I think everybody has the ability. I believe in the people, and I think if my dumbass was able to figure it out, I think you can too. And I've seen a lot of people at the most basic level, they were able to figure it out too. So, but at the same time, it's like if you truly don't have that ability, then yeah, you're better off just keeping the money safe and letting it grow. Everything flipped. I mean, we had that Greenland Commission, remember? And then nothing happened, but then you kind of started edging down there. USA Rails terminal to open up Monroe Rail Hub for Meta AI. I see that one. I'm in a coat. The new builds in North Carolina are 200. The 10-year. Well, if the new build, you'll get a fucking deal. But the new builds are. It just all depends on the area, though. And I don't know. North Carolina was hot, but like North Carolina is kind of is getting a little weird out there. Trump asked about USMCA sunset, says it's irrelevant. Canada wants it. We don't need it. Oh, Citi, not Deutsche Bank, who said $100 on silver. Oops. HT, they got to upgrade earlier. SPY's coming back to the lows. So that little NVIDIA news bottom rip already came back down. On Meta, no, just a lot of the spending concerns kind of coming back, but I'm not too worried about it yet. But then again, I was worried about it a year ago, and motherfuckers were like, yeah! So, I don't know. Gold and silver is dumping, though, now. That's all on the low ticker, gold and silver right now. So, last time we were at the low, gold and silver was ripping. So, now you've given up 3% on silver. Gold is flipped red. And then oil's coming back down, too, from that first pop. So, now everything's down from the Iranian thing. Even oil kind of giving it up a little bit. They raised the margin requirements here. Remember, we were talking about it, and then it started climbing again. But yeah, they did another adjustment of nominal value is the interest rather than like a flat rate or fee. That was earlier. That was about an hour or two ago. It is, I mean, listen, it's legit. Just don't overpay. Because like North Carolina was one of those places that got a lot of demand. And then there's a lot of other stuff like politically taxes you got to keep in mind, but I wouldn't just don't overpay as long as you're very like judicial with that. I think you'll be fine. And then again, a new build, you could get a fucking 4% interest rate, if not lower, with some of those incentives that they offer. All right, well, you're gonna move down a little bit, but Chad, I have bad news. Not really. It's time to go to Philo. So you guys know Philo is accessible to everybody. All I do is switch the video just so that it's a little bit more organized so that the people who want to go back and listen to Philo, you could just click the Philo video. So it don't cost you anything. You could be there. It's going to cost you your time because I'm going to go talk about whatever I want. But I have a good one today. You know why? Do you guys want to know what Philo is going to be for? It's for the young guys. You know that? The young guys, this is going to sound weird, but I'm a little obsessed with you, okay? I know, it sounds weird. Don't worry, I'm not on any list, but I'm just saying, bro, the youngins, the young men, you're 20-something years old, you were 15 in COVID. I'm being dead-ass serious, bro. Y'all, my mind was blown. That's why I like talking to some of y'all, man. And you should really be grateful of the community. Because there is some very inspiring young men and women in here. And that's why I'm like, yeah, hey, oil launching again. Take a look. Oil taking a stick. A baby stick. But it's moving as we're going into the low. I was just telling you that's coming down. And the oil companies are still up. And then staples are getting the money again. It's the same exact setup from the morning. Right? Oil, staples go up. as market dumps. Then tech went up, staples lagged, everything gold and silver chilled, and then it's redoing it all over again. Trump asked about help on the way to Iran. He says, you're going to find out. Nice. So yeah, man, get there to the Philo. All you have to do is click the video. It should take you there, but it's free. You don't need to pay for anything. You don't need a membership. You don't need a real time. You don't need shit. All you got to do is listen. And like I'm saying, man, I don't know. There's something, I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany talking to some of y'all and seeing how y'all got a real good shot, bro. And fuck all these people trying to get you to believe anything else, man, because you guys got a real good opportunity. But, you know, with all these other things, from your health to whatever it may be, like, you got to use it. And I do think, you know, some of these conversations I had with other guys 5-10 years ago, man, it showed. It bears fruit, bro. So it'll be a little religious, but not too religious. But I think you'll feel me. I'm being dead ass serious, bro. It's a good one. So I hope I see you there. You click on the link, it'll take you there. You got the Iran comments, so you know the setup. But I'll be back on here in like a minute or two. So go to that next video, and if you don't want to hear that shit, then you don't come. That's all. That's what it costs you. It costs you a decision. That's the price, dog. A decision. A little bit of your time. A little bit of tolerance. They want you to tolerate some weird shit too nowadays. I'm just saying. I want y'all to get rich. And I want y'all to not get scammed, bro. So I'll see you there, baby. God bless you, man. If I don't see you, have a good day, all right? And make sure you save 10% and get a long term.